Celebrate June as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month, and whereas June has become a symbolic month in which LGBTQIA plus people and supporters come together in various celebrations of Pride, and whereas the flag, also known as the LGBT, used since 1978 as a symbol of LGBTQIA plus social movements. And now, therefore, the Board of Directors of the Sunset Empire Park and Recreation District, Clatsop County, Oregon, does hereby declare the month of June as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month in the district and invites everyone to reflect on ways we all can live and work together with a commitment of mutual respect and understanding. Recognition of the SEPRD Employee of the Month, Adam Morse. Right. Should have congratulated. Adam has been with SEPRD for about 4 years now and is one of our most dynamic employees. Adam has been a certified lifeguard since starting with the district and more recently has taken on an internship in our IT department. Adam's knowledge of cybersecurity has helped us harden our network security, and his familiarity with computer hardware has been invaluable in helping to maintain all of our equipment. He is a young man with a positive can-do attitude who always sticks with a project until it is completed. Adam also has a keen sense of humor and appears on his own TikTok channel. We are proud to feature Adam Morris as our May 2021 Employee of the Month. Thank you, Adam. Approval of board meeting minutes from April 27th and May 11th and the board workshop from May 11th. Has everybody had a chance to read those meeting minutes?
I did not find anything to comment on. I think the minutes should stand as submitted, and I will move to approve them.
Sue seconds. All in favor? Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment rules of decorum. Skylar?
Yes, I just have a short statement. The goal of public meetings is to allow members of the public to observe and listen to their elected representatives while they conduct the district business. The SEPRD's Board of Directors also uses these meetings to engage with the community we serve in order to serve you better. And we value your questions and concerns. However, it is also imperative that we maintain a respectful and productive environment that allows all voices to be heard. There are 12 rules of decorum that are listed, and we hope that the speakers will abide by these rules. I'm not going to read them all because it's about 2 pages in length, but they're the same ones that we've had enacted for about a year, I think now. You have 2 members that have signed up for public comment. The first is David Pazalski. David, if you want to go to the podium and press the button on the microphone so we can make sure we hear you well. Oh, and Andy, you're joining? That's perfect.
Good evening, board. My name is David Pasalski.
Can you push the button just right on the base there?
It's green, is that right? I am a local business owner here in town, have 4 businesses here in town. This is Andy Mercer. They have several businesses here in town, including Maggie's on the Prom, Seaside Oceanfront Inn. And we come basically on behalf of several other businesses as well. We came to the brainstorming session that was earlier this month or last month. And those of you that were there heard what we had to talk about, which was the idea of using a portion of the Sunset Recreation Center as workforce housing. We have put together a plan and an estimated budget of about $100,000 to $125,000 to retrofit the facilities to be able to accommodate 50 to 60 workers over the summer season, as well as being able to leave facilities there that can be usable by the district for the rest of the year that may include cooking classes, weekend workshops where people can come, stay the weekend. Maybe some sports teams can rent out the facilities to be able to house their teams. And we come tonight to let you know that we have all of the money necessary to make it happen pledged from those businesses. Actually, we have more than that. We have enough funding, we believe, to fund 60 beds in that facility. And we just wanted to be able to be here, to be able to answer any questions that may have arose since then, and to let you know that if we can make arrangements, we would love to move forward with that project if the district so chooses.
Thank you, David and Andy. I appreciate you putting together this proposal, and we will look it over.
The next and last person that signed in for speaker is Diane Wells.
Okay, it's green. Can you hear me? Okay, first, congratulations to the board on your election. I hope you'll hold true to your campaign promises of transparency and self-governance. I have written a letter and I'm supplying a copy to be included in the minutes of the meeting. On May 13th, I was finally able to tour the Sunset Recreation Center. I learned that very few people had availed themselves to this opportunity. Melissa Owsley was giving the tour, and when asked how many people had toured the property over the 3 open houses, she stated about 9. The best part of the tour was when Melissa mentioned that, if I remember correctly, 6 laps through the hallway is a mile, an indoor walking track. How great is that? This was one of the 3 top citizen requests when mentioned when SEPRD was promoting the bond measure in 2018. Now here it is. I hope SEPRD can have this great asset ready for the citizens by the fall when the rainy season returns. Secure and free access would be ideal. Finally, a suitable recreation opportunity for all district residents. This will really highlight the board's connection to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Correspondence. I don't think I remember seeing any in the packet.
There's
so-
none in the packet that you already haven't received.
Okay. Review financials April. Has everybody had a chance to review the financials from last month?
I didn't see anything too out of the ordinary. I did notice this new sheet that I assume is maintenance, and it didn't have a header on it, and we haven't annotated the codes for that section, so I thought maybe that could be improved on.
Yeah, I think we noticed that too, and we'll update the code. Yeah, that is correct. It's the maintenance budget, which was developed for the supplemental budget and is a part of the next year's fiscal budget moving forward.
Yeah, I understand that. I think I had a question on the check registry, but I could wait till we look at the summary of the general fund.
Any further discussion, questions?
Yes. So I have a question, and it may take more discussion, and I didn't realize it, I apologize, I didn't realize it when I reviewed earlier, but I'm seeing that the building fund, the supplemental budget had us with an ending fund balance of 159, and we're currently below that, and I was just curious about if Marcus or Skylar would be able to provide an explanation about how we're expecting, 'cause we're currently sitting at $0 revenues for the building fund, and our budget was 159. I'm just trying to figure out why that is.
Celeste, are you referring to page 24? That,
You could look at 24, now I'm just looking at it, yeah, so it shows that revenue would have been a transfer in net working capital coming in at 159, but our cover sheet has the revenue at 0, and I'm wondering if that's,
So, at the end of the year, we will make a $75,000 transfer from the general fund over.
Okay.
The other part of that is there's $84,000 in our net working capital for the building fund. So when you put the $84,000 plus the $75,000 that will occur, the $75,000 transfer will occur on the last day of our fiscal year.
and where does the net working capital sit currently? Is that sitting in a different number? Or should that be
That should be on here, so that does need to be corrected.
on the revenue, in that revenue box? Okay.
Correct, that
Okay.
should automatically carry over.
Yeah, okay.
But the 75,000, all transfers, we wait until the last of the year to ensure that we have enough funds available to make the transfer.
Perfect, thank you. Under the building fund. Yeah, just on the cover sheet. No other questions from me?
Anyone else?
Only on the check registry.
What's your question, Mike?
Find it. I got, let me get back to it here. Here we go. I was just curious. I noticed all these entries, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Which page?
6. 7 entries. We cut 6 or 7 different checks for SDIS for our insurance. Why do we do that? Is that, do we pay into separate accounts? Just curious.
Just pull up a chair.
So that did occur because as we're going through trying to transition software over, one of the things that happened is on that account, we unchecked a box that consolidates all the checks. And so as we go through and we break apart where the benefit comes from, so we break it apart by department. And so that's why it's written multiple times. It's because as we put it in to break it apart by department, instead of making one check, it issued multiple checks.
Okay. I get it.
And so, is it safe to assume, Marcus, then that these new financials are coming from the new software?
That is not. The
Is
new
not-
software will be going live on Tuesday.
Okay.
And then for the foreseeable future of a couple of months, it will be in parallel with our current software, so we'll be running multiple softwares at the same time.
Okay, great.
As of right now, the sunset date is going to be probably closer to December, as our AP and AR will transition over on June 1st. Payroll will not be until a little bit later with the timekeeping software, and so We're just kind of trying to time it all out. And then Park and Rec will be coming on, I believe, in June, July, September. And that'll be the last component. So it's going to kind of be a phased approach.
Move that we accept April 2021 financials.
I'll second.
Mike seconds. All in favor signify aye. Opposed, nay. Erica? Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Financials passes. Moving right along. Old business. The proposal from the Northwest Regional Education Service District. Yes. Discussion and direction. So we had them visit with us last month.
I didn't see anything, did it? Unless I've missed it in this month's
There's nothing in the
packet.
packet. I didn't create a memo for this one, just because I don't
Alright,
really have
so-
any updates from May 11th when they presented and shared what information I had with you.
Have we received yet, because I guess kind of the big question I had was what they're looking to pay
Sure.
for the space. And then we were also questioning kind of because their original diagram had been to rent that front southwest corner. And I think we were looking at maybe kind of seeing if some different spaces might be a little bit better fit so that we could have some overlap of, the common areas or
Sure.
classrooms. And then the other question, we just want to make sure that we can rent. So have we gotten answers to those questions?
Yeah, so I guess I feel like what happened after the May 11th meeting was, I think there was some thoughts that were discussed by individual members of the board, but I wasn't sure about the direction that the board was asking staff to take. So I think I'm hoping to leave this meeting with a little clear, unified direction about what you'd like me to do. If you'd like me to initiate discussion about a potential agreement or revise the proposed plan that they offered, I'm happy to do that. I wasn't sure. I mean, I'd heard individually from some of you, and I think that there was general excitement about their proposal, but just wasn't sure exactly what direction the board wanted staff to take on this.
So
And
I had
sorry,
my questions. Anybody?
Sorry, can I say one other thing that I forgot? To answer your question, I do have the agreement that they are utilizing with the Tillamook School District. I think there's some similarities that we could perhaps draw from, but I also think this is a unique potential arrangement. In some ways, it's not the same amount of square footage that they're requesting. And I also think, just to be honest, that the price that they're paying in Tillamook is a really, really good deal, to put it mildly. And it's because of the partnership that the school district and the Northwest Regional share in providing services. And not to say that we couldn't provide, have the same sort of agreement. It would just be up to the board to decide how they want that structured and layered.
I was just curious to kind of see it just as a kind of a jumping off point.
Sure.
I think.
I'm happy to share it with you or with the entire board. Yeah, I have it. I can do that.
I was curious, whatever came about, if there was further discussion about the administrative space at the old school.
So I haven't discussed this with Northwest Regional. Again, feeling like I wasn't sure exactly where the board was at. I think there was a lot on our agenda last time, and I just wasn't sure. I didn't leave that meeting feeling like this was something that the board definitely didn't want to pursue or that the district wanted to pursue. From what I understand, Sue, to your question, I think their proposal is flexible. I think they sent us what they desired. We could easily go back to them and say, it doesn't work for us because we really want this space, or we really don't think that, we'd like this part of the building. However, of the board that can help kind of facilitate this, but as a, we've talked a lot about it, but I don't feel like we have from the board.
So I'm happy to volunteer, and I indicated that to Skylar by email last week, I think. For me personally, I feel like what I'd like to do is have a stronger understanding about what commercial lease rates are currently, what the going rate is, and actually draft out at least one potential proposal that includes numbers. But maybe we have an option A, B, and C, and then be able to discuss that with NWRESD and come back with a proposal that seems reasonable both from a staff perspective and a partner perspective, and pitch that to the board.
I feel like this is something that the board as a whole is interested in pursuing. Is that
Yes,
the general consensus? I see a lot of nodding heads.
speaking for myself.
So, Celeste, you're volunteering to work with Skylar and Northwest Regional and kind of report back. I think that's great.
I'd like to comment. I think this relationship could have a great benefit to our own programs, and I think it's a good fit for our other activities. I think we should pursue an agreement and allow them to use these spaces, you know, given that we agree on the compensation and an appropriate lease. I think we ought to recognize, though, that we have hired a consultant, and there would be maybe some conditions going in to consider it, you know, not too long-term, but and look at a way that we can operate to keep our corridors open and allow traffic flow. I think they need to have their operations secure after a certain point of hours, but I would like to see that indoor track, you know, and have people be able to walk through the building. I don't see any problem with them using those administrative spaces. We have other spaces available that if we need them. I'm not sure what Skylar feels about
Well, I know
it.
there are currently some people housed there.
But I do think that they would be a good fit, and they've offered to compensate us or, you know, address certain HVAC issues or different things we need to do to make sure that their spaces are compliant with the, you know, what their workforce requires. I'm sure there's going to be some upgrades needed. But I'm in favor of supporting this, and I would work with Celeste if need be. She's got a lot of capacity and real estate experience herself, so I think that's a great offer.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they're a good fit with our mission and would support our youth programs. And then I also appreciate the fact that they're aware that we are currently in the process of defining the strategic plan and are flexible. So I think that's, you know, pretty beneficial all around. So is that enough direction, Skylar?
Yeah, sounds great. I guess I'll trust that Celeste and I can figure out the direction or the directives, the key objectives you want to hit maybe by the next board meeting, and we'll go from there. I think the other important consideration for this discussion is, as you know, we've relocated our youth programs all to being in the SRC, and that has subsequently left the youth center, you know, vacant. Basically, it's cleaned out, and there's a few remaining, you know, preschool elements and stuff in there. But in conversations with the city of Seaside, they are supportive of that space being used for different district programs, including administrative space or meeting space, so long as it's still supporting the functions of the district and the community at large. So while I don't know if it's the same services or the perfect scenario, I guess, would be that, say, like our staff has offices at the SRC eventually. Maybe the regional proposal would prohibit that if we accept it as they submitted. There is some other space that would be available to us, and that's maybe softening blow potentially for. Prior to this, over weeks, I had kind of believed that the youth center was only able to be used for kind of some really specific purposes, but I think the city is potentially okay with us widening the scope of purpose and letting us use them for some other stuff, as long as they support the district.
Are we paying rent for the youth center?
We are scheduled to pay rent of $1 a year. I'm not sure if they've collected, but it's kind of one of those government agreements where the building was built through grant funds and through in-kind donations by the city to provide space for Seaside youth to go after school and non-school hours. And I think it served that purpose for, I don't know, 25 years or so. And we're providing those programs because of what the youth center gave to our community, at that point in time when I was a 6th grader, I think, or around there. I remember going after school and
I think it would be a different story if we weren't offering those programs still in a different facility.
Anyways, I just wanted to make sure the board knew that, because I think that affects this conversation potentially and what we do.
Thank you, Celeste, for volunteering. SEPRD Employee Handbook discussion, potential adoption. Go. Was
On
that
the
Sue?
bottom of page 33, is there a missing section?
I agree. Catherine actually sent me that earlier, and we modified this section. I don't think consultants are a huge part of our employee workforce, but we did just leave a couple sentences in there for those situations that we have.
I would just also kind of like spell check. There's some other stuff in that same page.
Yeah, you and Catherine both found those.
I proofed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. On the, where is it? On the third-party reporting, like for me, the handbook looks good the way it's written. I think it's just more how things are going to be applied that I had questions on. I know we had talked about the third-party reporting in the past and how, we definitely need to get back on track eventually here, because we had kind of worked out that matrix of kind of risk, I guess. And I just wonder if HR Answers is the way to go, particularly if they're reporting this stuff directly to you anyway. Like you had said in the past that like if they get a complaint, they're just going to send it to you. So then technically, what's the point in a way? Like, are you?
Sure. So I did talk to HR Answers, and they're able to potentially add additional contacts to our listing.
Okay.
I think it would just be a question for the board and for staff to work together on, because obviously I don't think it's appropriate for the staff or for the board to receive all of the third-party complaints necessarily. That's my interpretation. But I do think if it was a concern about management, especially myself, then that would want to go to board. So I think there's some flexibility there in how it's applied or how it's practiced.
Yeah. So maybe we could just develop a matrix that they have on hand so that they know who to go to.
Route the-
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me.
Question on the contacting the compliance hotline. Do we know that that's anonymous?
We
Well,
do. Yeah, this is something that they provide as a service to lots of other government agencies, and they do with special districts. So it's a service that they have. Yeah.
Because, the question comes from me because we found that because Providence Seaside Hospital is so small, there was not anonymity. And
Sure.
so people weren't using it. And so I just want to see if there's some things we can circumvent so that people can actually feel comfortable turning in a concern.
Yeah.
Well, and where is this company out of?
So their headquarters are in Tigard. But like I said, they do significant work around the state with lots of other special districts.
So I think that's important to note that they are not part of this community.
Providence community was in Boston. It was still sent to one HR director who could figure out who the one male in ICU was, and he was singled out.
That's what I was saying, though, like if we can develop a matrix so that that kind of, we can try to avoid that. But
So do we want to make that a goal?
yeah, I think so. Like if this,
chart.
you know, that risk thing that you and I were working on that kind of had the levels. So like if it's a level 4 complaint, it goes to this person. If it's level 6, it goes directly to the board, stuff like that. And I think we had actually, Skylar, actually in that matrix, we had already written out who it should go to.
We
So-
got pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We just need to
finalize it.
finalize and, yeah.
And send it to them and make sure they understand.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, we'll talk about this later, but to be fair, part of the concern was the turnover that we've had from elected officials, and I think, you know, if we have a more stable board, then maybe the board can select somebody for those upper level concerns.
Yes.
I think that's fair. Your concern?
We need to.
I think it's a lot of work. I want to compliment Erica and Skylar for, you know, revamping so much information here.
I didn't do much.
There may be some typos. I found one typo
I found more.
under exempt employees.
Yeah.
The fourth line there, I think the S was left off of scope. But
Spell check.
it's
Yeah,
really-
I feel like this is a gift of our current board. You all are very attention to
We-
detail focused.
We
We
nitpick.
we read the material that we were
Oh,
provided
yeah.
with.
No, I think it's great. I'm sheepishly embarrassed, so I apologize. Not sure why my spell check wasn't working.
The only other thing I would say, Skylar, I personally just don't agree with the manager or yourself doing the exit interviews. I think the way you've laid it out, like as almost like a survey, like why not just send like a survey monkey and that way you can actually like have it in a, because I know even with survey monkey you can literally just pull the data and then it's just analyzed for you. And then the person's going to feel a lot more comfortable maybe being honest in that kind of a platform.
Sure.
But that, I mean, that's, I just don't think in this kind of platform you're going to get honest feedback.
So I know something that is important to Skylar, because we've talked about it before, is having that kind of closure. So maybe as a compromise, send the survey ahead of time.
Yeah, like what we do, we just send an exit email, you know, that kind of goes through like when you'll be paid and at the bottom it will say, you know, you can take this exit survey, click on this link, or if you'd prefer to have an interview with me, like if it's you can just do the survey with the person. So it's giving
maybe
them kind of an
the
option. Yeah.
Sure. I understand. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think maybe that would be next level for this. I mean, we really are just rolling this out. We've had about 6
Yeah.
employees, I think, complete the exit interview process, and we never had one in place before, at least not a codified one. I do think that face-to-face interaction with a supervisor or your supervisor, if possible, is ideal. I know it sometimes can be a little challenging conversation if they're leaving, depending on the situations in which they're leaving employment, but I think it's good reflection for our staff, professional development, and but I definitely hear what you're saying.
Depends on the circumstances, but I do like the idea of giving them the choice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I mean, I think you would just find that if they were given like more of an anonymous platform, you might get stuff that you didn't know was going on, or
Sure.
like I just know that I don't think people are going to feel comfortable talking to their manager, especially if they're leaving because of that, you know, and usually that's the number one reason a person leaves a job.
Yeah.
So I think maybe getting the feedback could be through those other platforms.
Okay.
for that manager, right? Like, because maybe you'll hear, okay, this person needs work here, and then it's analyzed for you. Like, you're not going to have to manually enter this into, like, to get themes or pull out themes. But
Kind of similar to the 360 that I put together. Anything else in the employee handbook want to discuss?
Yeah, I have a question on page 38. Don't we have 2 Providence donations of AEDs that are going to SRC?
You're
I don't
right.
see them on the list.
I was just going to have that in my notes too. I just discovered I didn't comment on that.
That was in my email to Skylar.
Yeah, they've been added, those new locations, so thank you, Sue.
I knew you would catch that, Sue. No, it is, he
You do have the right
updated
copy.
it.
Yeah, I just didn't update it, yeah.
Appreciate that the location for the, like the fire poles and the fire extinguishers aren't in here, because I think that's a lot of detail people don't need. Except they should know the answer if you stop them and do ask.
That's a good, be a fun game. Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
I have no more comment on the updated employee handbook. I move that we should adopt them.
I'll second.
All in favor signify aye. Opposed, nay. Erica?
I
Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for all your hard work on that, Skylar. It was very thorough.
Thank you. Yeah, we have staff training coming up in a couple weeks, so we'll be putting it to our staff and filling them in on those changes.
New business. Review of the election results on the next timeline. I think that's page 45. Skylar, you want to?
Sure. So, yeah, I've been in touch with the county elections office, and they've shared that election results will be finalized no later than June 7th. I'm not sure if we should expect them before then, but that's what they've shared. I know at the time of writing, I think some of these votes or total number of votes and percentages have changed, but I guess I mean, I know everybody's has the ability to check the website. I think more importantly for us to focus on, since it looks like the 5 of you will be retained as board members, is looking at the next steps at our June board meeting on the 22nd. We'll be recognizing the election results, and since there won't be any change in service, we won't have to do swearing, or we will have to do swearing in, but that will be done at the July meeting. And at that July meeting, I would encourage the board to at least have the conversation about board leadership, as well as their meeting dates, time, and location if they want to choose to change any of those things. And I'm not suggesting that. That's not really my place. It's up to you all to decide. But I think it's appropriate for me to share congratulations, and so long as the results hold, I look forward to working with you all for the next 2 or 4 years, depending on which seat you're in.
Thank you, Skylar.
Yeah. I also outlined just a couple other training opportunities in the summer or first part of the next year. So there's 2 SDAO board trainings that I feel like those are the 2 closest. August 31st is actually in Astoria, and then you have the September 2nd board training that's in Salem. Right now those are scheduled to be in-person trainings, so if you would like to attend, please let me know. And then you have the ORPA conference, which will be virtual the week of the 18th through the 22nd of October, and then SDAO conference will be in person in Eugene in February. So I would encourage you to put those dates on your calendar, and if you're able, I know that there's lots of other things in your lives, definitely encourage you to attend, and we have resources set aside in the budget for your development, for your training, for your education. So
Just so everybody knows, the August 31st is a Tuesday and it is not the Tuesday of our board meeting, if we choose the same schedule. School should start the 7th of September.
Either can, like, I come into your office and just tell you what I want to do tomorrow?
yeah, you can
Okay.
tell me. I don't know if registration is open for all of those, but you can tell me and I'll keep track of it and get you signed up when it is open. You can also email, call, text, whatever
Well,
you
I
like.
know now.
Yeah, I know you'll be by anyway, Sue, because you like the ambiance in the administration office, I think.
As long as things don't fall on you.
Yeah, it's true.
Northwest, okay, I'm going to, senior,
Disability
there we go, disability
services.
service, contract renewal, sorry.
So every year, we have the opportunity to discuss the ongoing contract to operate the senior meal site here at the Bob Chisholm Community Center. In the opinion of staff, it's a really wonderful program and kind of a benchmark program of the district. It had tremendous growth in 2020 with more than 17% increase in meals distributed. We are able to renew our contract each year with Northwest Senior Disability Services. The only change in this contract is that we've asked for a 3% increase in the total amount, and then we also asked for a change in the mileage reimbursement. Previously, there hadn't been mileage allowed by the contract, but there had been a vehicle that was provided by Northwest Senior Disability Services. Over the course of the last year, they removed that vehicle from the meal site. That's just something that they're not really offering as much anymore. So we asked for a mileage stipulation for our employee, Chris Duffy, if he is going to be out delivering meals, which isn't too often, but does happen, that we would be able to ask for reimbursement up to $540 for the year. It's staff's recommendation that we accept this renewal of the contract, and I'm happy to answer questions, and Darren's also here. He's quite knowledgeable about the contract and the meal site operations.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, the mileage, I was going to ask a question about that, whether or not you were still getting a vehicle provided.
Yeah.
Now, I know that some of the volunteers also receive mileage reimbursement. Are they providing that money in a separate budget?
I would assume so. That's not part of our contract. Yeah, I think that's how that works
Yeah.
typically is those volunteers that do the Meals on Wheels deliveries, they have a separate mileage agreement with Northwest Senior Disability Services directly.
I know that pays at a government rate. In the past, I've had some experience with that job position, and we've had volunteers, and maybe we still do, that drive all the way over here from Swenson and Napa, and we pay them mileage. We have paid them mileage in the past for that round trip, which is pretty significant.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
don't
was
know
wondering
about that.
about-
I do know that our meal site delivery reach goes down, to Cannon Beach, Arch Cape, and up to, I want to say the northern part of the district, into Warrenton, certainly. I know we have volunteers that come from the Napa, Svensson area. I'm not sure about their financial agreement with Northwest Senior Disability Services, though.
Yeah, and
We just try to keep track of Chris, and he does a great job, so that's our goal.
I know the also mentioned in here is the assessments that need to be done for the clients, and that takes some legwork and does take you up into Warrenton, and as far down into Cannon Beach. Is that a separate reimbursable? How is that handled?
I would assume that that's included in this total amount, Mike.
And that would be hourly. Requires extra time.
Yeah, so I think that's built into the agreement and built into Chris's time, the amount that he's budgeted for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A question about, on page 54, talk, just what it means to be, about the monitoring twice a year. What is that expectation?
So in my experience, this has happened pretty regularly. There is local staff that works up in Warrenton, or there's more regional-based staff that come to the meal site and check in on how the program is operating. That usually includes overseeing the meal site production for that day, but it also typically includes meeting with either Darren or myself or both of us, and yeah, just kind of making sure that the meal site is moving appropriately. And I think we just had one, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago when they were here. So definitely happens at least twice a year. Probably, I'd say maybe 3 or 4 times a year.
So that's them checking on themselves or and
Correct.
letting us know?
Yeah, so it's their staff that's monitoring, making sure that we're upholding our end of the contract and that we're, the meal site is performing as intended.
So just 2 questions. One is, your memo says an increase of 5%. Is it 3% or 5%?
I'm sorry, it's 3%. Not sure why I
3%,
put
okay.
5%.
And I was just curious, and you may not know this off the top of your head, but what is our cost recovery for this particular program? Like, are we covering our costs?
Yeah, so the contract covers our entire cost of, the staffing of the position, and then that's really the only cost that the district would incur. The meals are another contract that's managed by Northwest Senior Disability Services. I guess the only other, what's the word I'm looking for? The costs of just being in the building, with things like that, but it's kind of hard, I guess, to quantify that number because of the agreement that we have with the city of Seaside.
I see.
So
Yeah. Okay.
Skylar, is that position, is that an exempt position, or do they?
it's an hourly position.
Okay.
Yeah,
So do you take into account, the overtime that?
we do. The good news about the position is it's typically manageable within the hours that are under 40, I guess, and Chris knows that he has to be under certain hours. I mean, it's I don't think it's ever happened that he's been over time, and I'm looking at the back because just to make sure.
Yep.
I mean, he typically averages 35 hours a week, right, Marcus? I mean, and he's really, he's really good at kind of just making sure he stays in that range.
Is that his title, nutrition site coordinator?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
That's amazing work that they do, and I know they'll eventually be delivering meals again. But a lot of times the volunteers and our staff are a lifeline to a lot of these clients, and many times we've had issues where the volunteer will be delivering a meal and they will go in the house. Sometimes that's a plan. They go in and put the food in the kitchen or in a special place for the client to get to. But they have people find people down, find people have fallen, and volunteers will call and say, no, what should I do? I've got to keep delivering meals. And no, you stay there with that person until an EMT comes, and it's a life-saving service that is provided for them.
And clearly very necessary since we've had 17% growth in a pandemic.
I was just going to ask, maybe for a different time, but the history of this not that we shouldn't be doing it, but I'm curious, how that came about and how you feel it kind of relates to our mission, I guess.
Sure. Let me have you share that question with Mr. Gooch. He's been directly involved with the meal site. I know during my time, we've seen a big transition because this position used to be a Northwest Senior Disability Services staff member. And I can't exactly remember all of the impetus for changing it, but I know there was some good reasons, and we recruited for Chris's position and feel lucky to have him. If it's okay, maybe we can revisit that.
Yeah, so you were just like, they were housed here, and they were providing the staff, and then it
Exactly.
changed. I see, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, no problem.
I feel like it fits pretty well just with providing health and wellness to that particular population.
And I don't want to forget that when we offered the Thanksgiving meal, I asked if we could do something at Christmas. You said maybe next year, so we're approaching that next year. So I don't want to forget that opportunity to help.
Thank you, Sue. I'm
I-
looking forward to Christmas also, so.
I think the Thanksgiving is so well received by the community, not just the seniors, but the entire community. I have a lot of friends that volunteer for that and really enjoy that time.
Really appreciated being able to, there were so many volunteers here, like from the high school, that I went out and recruited people to come. And I had such a good time meeting people who were homeless, who needed help. And they often, I want to not forget that they asked if there was food for their pet.
Yeah.
And so maybe we can expand, but I think there's always going to be a need.
Any further discussion or questions about the contract?
No, I think there's enough information there that we could probably recommend it for adoption.
Somebody like to make a motion?
I so move.
Sue seconds. All in favor signify aye, opposed nay. Erica? Aye. Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Anchor Christian Academy proposal for SRC equipment.
Memo outlines what's happened, but I have a contact who works at this school that I know from a different circle of involvement in the community, and she approached us and said, I heard that there was a bunch of stuff in the building. We have this kind of small Christian school that has started up in Hammond over the last, I think recently, year or two, and we're really in need of some furniture. Can we come take a look? And so we've had probably no less than 3, maybe 4 meetings with them where they walked through the building and kind of surveyed some of the things that were left. Their original list was a little bit heavier and had some items that we weren't quite ready to part with for various reasons. But the items on their list that you have, we believe are items that we have many of, or we don't anticipate a use for in the future. And it seems to be a very good use for these things rather than having them sit in the SRC and gather dust, that they could actually be used for teaching in our community. And so it's our recommendation that you accept this proposal from Anchor Christian Academy, and they're willing to come pick up the items as soon as the ink is dry.
Any questions or discussion?
Well, we certainly have a plethora of surplus sitting over there, and it needs to go away one way or the other. How did the Anchor Christian community learn of our surplus?
Yeah, so I officiate basketball with one of the teachers there. She's also an official. And we were just talking about it when I saw her one day about kind of what we'd been doing in our community and for the district. And I invited her to come take a look, and then we just kind of went from there. She invited the teachers and the principal, and just kind of went from there. It seemed like a good fit.
Does I think it would be great to give them something. It should be noted that they are not in the district. And is this, if we were to donate this, would it be compliant with any public law of us liquidating this material? Or is it, considered fully depreciated? I know the school district abandoned it, but is there any special mechanism we need to use?
As far as we can tell, since we're donating the material, we are in compliance with like best practice and law. I think when we so choose to part with the other inventoried items, I think that will need to be handled, in a certain way to ensure that we're complying with best practices and what the law and such is. But I think for this item, I mean, they're really requesting, 1% of the total. I'm just throwing out that number, but a very small percentage of the total inventoried items that were left behind. I think if you didn't know it, you probably wouldn't even recognize that some things were missing.
Right.
It's a nice idea because I know when we all attended the special district educational opportunities, there were groups there that were willing with a fee to take equipment off our hands. And this is a nice thing to do to, they're going to come pick it up. And it really does stay on the North Coast. I think that's a nice thing to do, to be neighborly.
I just,
Oh, go ahead.
no, I just think that, for me, like, some equity concerns come up, so once we open this door, what are we willing to do for others? And we're going to have to stand by that. So, yes, it may seem like a small amount now, but then what about the other requests we'll get? So if we're not prepared to do it for others, I don't think we should do it for here.
Yeah, I had a similar concern, which was about sort of, okay, if we open the door, and I'm also concerned, like, we haven't determined the highest and best use for the SRC, and so, how are we going to feel if later this year we come back with a purchase request for some of the supplies that we've let walk out the door? I don't know if that would happen or not, but I would be concerned about that. I guess my question would be are they in a rush? Like, is this something that we could, do they need this stuff now? And, and I do look at if there is indeed excess inventory. I don't know that much about disposing of inventory for government entities, except that I know that there are governmental auction sites. And it just occurs to me, like, you look at this inventory list and how many scholarships for the foundation would that fund, for instance. So I don't know. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I am worried about what the process is for if free stuff is just walking out the door, how do we respond to other requests? And how do we do that in a fair way?
I would concur with that. That was kind of my reservation is, how do we pick one organization over another organization, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking it would be nice if there were maybe a donation to the foundation, but maybe we haven't made any public announcement that we're intending to liquidate this inventory. It'd be great to see it cleaned up.
Yeah.
But I do think we ought to be fair to others. Maybe.
And I think, even though the school district obviously dumped a lot of things there that they chose not to use and included in part of our sale as their way of getting rid of things, I think that we have to do our due diligence and being careful with how we get rid of our things.
Just wondering, since we're going into summer now, would it be acceptable to tell them that, it's under consideration and that we need a little more time to figure out what our method is going to be for
Yeah, I
turning
mean,
over equipment? I mean, I'm guessing if they follow a calendar year that they may be out of school here.
yeah, I think they shared that they have just a short time left in their school year.
Yeah.
They did share that they were hoping to maybe relocate these items so that they could have their classroom organized and do some painting and things like that kind of around the whiteboards and some other of the items that they requested. But I can definitely share that if that's the board's desire.
I just feel like there's an opportunity to, like, look at the law around just having surplus, and then second, whether or not we should be auctioning that.
And not even necessarily just auctioning, but being equitable with
Right.
how we
Right, or
distribute
asking
that
for
into the
yeah.
community.
But I do think that, like Celeste is right, there's things that would be beneficial to us. For example, scholarships or ways that we could actually raise money for some of the kids in our district. So maybe we can just make sure on some of those things, or if you want to take it back to the staff and talk about that.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
I think she's asking to just clarify what the laws are regarding surplus for our special district. And then maybe just reach out to Inker Academy and let them know that we will take this under consideration as we kind of go through the strategic plan and best use and
Okay. I guess
up with
I want to make sure that the board understands that this is an extremely small percentage of the inventoried items. In fact, staff have pulled them out of the classrooms, and I can show you just, well, maybe that doesn't ease your concerns about the scholarships or equity, and I think those are valid concerns. I feel like at some point we are going to be tasked with freeing ourselves from the significant items that were left behind, and I think it's unlikely that all of those items will be taken by a community member or paid for, be able to be auctioned off. So I think anything that we can do, I guess my encouragement is that anything that we can do to have less items that are staying in our community and benefiting another local agency or a local school is really beneficial, and it will reduce that debt burden that we will have for those items at whatever point.
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I think that we need to develop the process for that, which, we can put together, make that an agenda item for next month. But I think the questions that the moment we give this small percentage, as small as it may be, away, there's going to be others that are coming, and how do we determine who gets what and who's what's the word? Who's deserving of receiving items. And then I think, Celeste and Erica's point about scholarships and, so we have this huge surplus. I think we need to develop our plan. I think then we need to do potentially an auction and sell what we can so that we have those funds. And then whatever's left, then that's when we can say, this is what's left. This is how we can get this out into the community. I think starting with giving it away isn't necessarily the right direction.
I was wondering, just had a thought that if we had our farmers market, is there any way we could use the farmers market to kind of guide people to it, or display the materials? I don't suggest that we use staff to move things out into the parking lot.
Do like a garage sale of the SRC.
Maybe kind of a garage sale walkthrough. I think it'd be troublesome for staff to kind of just take appointments, and be constantly running in and out of the
Well, I
room.
think the first step, though, is we really need to make sure that what the laws are about.
That's correct. They're,
Yeah.
even though it's disposable material, it's been laid on us.
So I think, Skylar, maybe you can bring that information to the next meeting?
We have consultants that we can
I'm
give us that
wondering
information.
also if we may just take the board through, because Levi showed me some of this stuff. So maybe we just need to go see it and then understand, well, we can get rid of this.
I think we've all seen it. Yeah.
Okay.
It just,
I'm more concerned with the process. It's just, I
Yeah.
want to make
Yeah.
sure that we're doing our fiduciary duty to make sure that we're not letting, not letting items walk out the door without a process in place of determining what goes out the door, who decides, who's eligible to receive it, and frankly, whether it's free or for sale, either way. I think that's just part of us protecting assets of the district, is to know what the process is.
And I
You're
don't-
right, there's a lot of stuff over there, and I don't expect that we'd sell it all, like, I don't believe that's probably going to happen, but I do think we should sort of have a game plan about how we're gonna dispose of extra surplus, stuff.
And I don't think anybody here is saying that having those items eventually go to the Anchor Christian Academy is a bad idea. Right. I think we just need to cover our bases and get our process in place so that we're ready for when the person who comes after them wants more.
So I guess I feel like whether it's been stated as a process, there is a process, and the process is staff has worked with this group for a month. We've gone through 3 different iterations of their request list, and now we're presenting it to the board. I think that's a good process. Maybe it's not what the board is hoping for.
It's just that it hasn't been communicated to anyone else. No one else in this community has any awareness that that's a process and that that's available. So that's where the equity concern comes in.
Okay, so the process just needs to have.
We need to figure out, are we communicating to the rest of everyone that these items are available and we're just going to give them away?
Okay.
Because right now, if anyone catches wind that we have now given away items, then you're going to have people knocking on the door for more. And so that percent goes up. Do you see what I mean? So, yeah, you may have had a process in dealing with this particular group, but what is the overall, strategy for all that stuff? And how are we going to communicate that strategy?
It becomes Pandora's box.
Okay. I guess maybe it's because I've spent a lot of time walking amongst the dust trails and seeing the towers of tables. I would love to have the community beat down the doors for some of the items in the SRC, but I can go with you. So let me work with what your requests have been, and I'll get back to you next month.
Thank you, Skylar. Public safety request for the Broadway crosswalk. So this was my item that I asked to be added. It's kind of something I've had a lot of thought on over the many years that I've lived in the community. Last year, I had asked Skylar to reach out to ODOT to see if they would potentially agree to relocate the crossing signs from the old high school on the highway to our little crosswalk. And Skylar had a couple exchanges back and forth and was told basically no. They had plans for that, and it's not a highway because it's a city street. So kind of, then the pandemic hit and we had other concerns. But now that we've got the SRC, we've got the pool, I was crossing the street there just last week to talk to Skylar, and because there were cars parked right there on the crosswalk, I had to step off the curb to see around them, and I almost got hit. And I'm a grown-up. Every time I see kids crossing there, it concerns me. I had kind of come to Skylar and said, what would be a best approach to kind of work towards getting some sort of, ideally for me, I would love a push-button flashing light pedestrian crosswalk. I think that would be amazing. I think that needs to be a partnership with the city because they have the library property and it's a city street. Skylar worked with Levi, was that today?
Levi and I have had a couple of conversations about this, but he got me some information, his kind of thoughts, and he's done a lot of this work in his job experience. So he has some ideas. I don't know if you want me to go through that. I'm not sure if everybody saw that email. It was a little bit later today, probably, than when I got it to you.
So, and I was all ready and gung-ho to kind of write a letter that maybe went from the board to the city council, and then my husband kind of went, well, start smaller first. It's a public works. They're in charge of the roads, so maybe have Skylar reach out to, is it Dale and see what his thoughts are. Or maybe Levi, reach out to Dale, because he's, you know.
And sorry, I don't want to, that's been, we've had lots of conversations with Dale over the couple of years. You know, one of the things that we've, discussed at length was, you know, that sign that's in the middle of the road that often gets hit by vehicles and detached from the screws.
Whose sign is that? Is that the city's?
It's the city's. So they've actually had to replace it several times or try to reaffix it after it's been terminated almost. And then we've also had lots of discussions with Chief Ham from Seaside Police Department. And I know that they've done their best with the resources they've had to increase police presence. There was a lot more presence when the school, when BMS was still being utilized by the school district and more kids. But yeah, I'm not saying we can't revisit, but I know Dale knows this is an issue that we'd like to have changed, and I think he probably would like it to be a little safer as well.
I appreciate this discussion. I've thought about this since the middle school was abandoned, and I noticed they've been taking down the crosswalk signs, you know, for children that would indicate school children. I think they've taken down the bus stop signs in front of the school. I think those loading zones should be protected somewhat, depending on what our transportation plan is in the future for different youth activities, particularly. I would like to see the 20-mile speed limits maintained and clearly signed. I think there's an assumption by a lot of people that since the school's not here anymore, they don't have to drive 20 miles an hour.
Right.
I don't seem to see as many speed limit signs as we used to, but I would like to see some warnings on the highway and on Broadway to protect the children and families from any accidents. I think the speed bump idea is a valid one. I think those are a good idea. I don't know why the city would have a problem with it, but they would have to go through a process of public hearings probably to make changes. But I'm all for enhancing that safety. And you know, there are other places where children will cross. Are those crosswalks, you know, over there at the end of the surf shop, are those going to be safe? People will cross the street there, and they won't go to the light. I think we also have traffic hazards with cars cutting through the campus,
Yeah.
taking shortcuts. I think somehow we need to manage that. I know a lot of people do it. See it all the time. Even with farmers market, people sneak through there. We have a complicated driveway with the chambers seeming to have a private drive, and yet it connects to the the greater parking lot. But I think it's good for us to try to improve that.
So what would be, if we're talking about I assume you're just talking about, Catherine, the crosswalk right in front of the swimming pool, correct?
That's the one to me of the greatest
main one?
concern, just
And
because
so-
it's when there's vehicles parked right next to it, you really can't see around them.
So, I mean, if we're generally in agreement that it's a bit of a dangerous place and that some attention needs to be made, like, what are the next steps? Like, we have proposals from Levi, like, is it, and maybe Skylar, you know this already, if staff has already looked into it, is it that we have to get permission from the city? Do we have to lobby for a reduction to permanent 20-mile-per-hour speed limit? Do we need to fund the thing to get something built there? What do we need to do?
I think all the above, probably. I think you need to kind of choose where you're going to take this request. The Planning Commission would probably be a good place to start, unless you felt like it was appropriate to take it directly to City Council. You may want to advocate city councilors that you feel like would hear this issue. But I think probably before that, it would be best to decide what you want, how you want to improve the space, or maybe staff can put that together. I know Levi shared his proposal. He's a big fan of the speed, a speed hump or a speed cushion, as he calls them, which are different than speed bumps. But it is 20 miles per hour through there, but we've found, as everybody has found, that a lot of vehicles tend to speed a little bit quicker than that.
You know, I've seen a lot of places that do the little bumps and spell out 20, you know, big in the road.
Sure.
Just as a visual reminder. I don't know how everybody else is. I mean, for me, my big goal would be to have a push button crosswalk there. That's the only thing that I really think visually would just.
I just think the area is unsafe. Yesterday, there, just like you, Catherine, there was an adult, but the vehicle that was parked right before the crosswalk was a large panel
Yeah.
truck, and he had to step out 10 feet to see if he could safely, you know, cross. And I'm just observing him as an adult trying to figure out how to navigate a road that I would hate to have a child be doing that.
I've unfortunately had my own children not listen as we're crossing from the library to go to swim lessons or whatever, and they start running out, and you're stop, you know. And
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that maybe we can work to a solution that would prevent a tragedy from happening.
There's actually some, you know, just to throw it out, there's some studies that they're painting the road to look like an illusion, so you're not changing the construction, but it looks like you're going to drive over a hump, and people slow down because of the optical illusion, and so maybe that's an inexpensive way to accomplish something, but that's just something I throw out. I just think, I agree, we need to do something. I thought about eliminating that space to park, but somebody will pull in to, you know, do a
Well,
pickup.
they pull in and block the crosswalk now.
So Skylar, as far as the next step then, are you of the opinion that the board needs to take the next step about going to the planning commission or city council, or is that something that staff has already talked to the city about, or
So
like, who needs to take the next step?
We've talked to city staff, but I haven't talked to elected officials about this. So I think clear direction from the board. If they want support from staff, I think we're willing to offer it, but it seems like any solution is going to be on city property, either on the sidewalk with the installation of the signs or on the actual road itself. So if you want the district staff to use some of their time and resources to create a concept or to reach out to elected officials, we can do that. But I think, you know, just kind of waiting for clear direction, and Catherine has had this idea. We have been working on it for a while, but just haven't really been able to hit the right button.
And do we have, I did read the suggestions from Levy, but I don't recall there being any estimates of costs attached to that. Do we have any idea?
Yeah, so those signs are quite expensive. I mean, they're going to be $2,000 to $3,000 without installation for one of those signs, like they had at the high school, where you push button and they have a solar panel, so they're controlled that way. I think he has some other ideas, and I don't know exactly how those ideas, the cost of those, how they would work into this.
So if a rough estimate might be somewhere between $5,000 and $20,000 for
Yeah.
a safer, if you included speed bumps and whatever else needs to go, would that be a fair, very ballpark estimate? Yeah,
Yeah, this isn't,
The-
I'm sorry, this isn't my bailiwick, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can.
I think what I'd be interested in is to take a temperature from city, whoever would have to make the decision on the city side, whether or not they're interested in, A, supporting a solution conceptually, and B, financially. Like, either one of those, are they willing to consider? Because I think the other consideration is whether or not fire and emergency, because they have to use that's the road main
Yep.
artery, so I think it would probably have to be passed by them also, any solution, so.
They'd probably like to have that thing out of the middle of the road.
And
Yeah, so I think somebody has to take the temperature of folks.
Well, I just want to make sure we include the library
Yeah.
personnel, too.
It should be noted that the city does have a transportation committee, and it could be that that would be a good place for staff to start, but I think staff working with city staff makes a lot more sense, and get it on their agenda, you know, through that method, but it might be suggested to us to, you know, talk to the transportation committee or someone.
correct me if, you don't agree with me, but I sort of feel like maybe the next step, Skylar, would be to have yourself or Levi reach out to Public Works and just say, this is something that the board is discussing, and what are their thoughts, and just sort of leave it at that, and then, come back to us with how that conversation goes, and then maybe we'll take it to the next step after that. Does that seem?
Yeah, I would agree, I agree spending some staff time, I mean, not significant, but spending some staff time to find temperature. This doesn't seem like a huge cost for public safety. It seems like a good idea to me on the face of it. I think we just need to find out if it seems like a good idea to the other stakeholders that need to help make the decision.
Well, and I know a couple tiny things, and I realize I want to be careful with time. The sign that still says school 20 miles per hour,
Yeah.
people know the school's not there. So they may be under the illusion that, oh, this is not a 20 mile per hour limit because the kids aren't there, except, oh, don't forget, there's childcare, et cetera. And it may mean that we need to put a speed limit sign, which means if the police pull them over, if it says speed limit, they can't go legally above 20. If it says speed 20, they have some discretion, and we need to nip that in the bud with the fact that there are kids out here.
If I had my way, I would have a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit along every city park, period. And Broadway Park, all along there, deserves to be as protected. So it's something I could possibly mention to the Parks Advisory Committee to consider as a policy.
Any questions on, no? Thank you. I appreciate. SEPRD Summer Camp Grant.
So this can be brief or it can be lengthy, but as I've shared with you and shared at the last board meeting, we received a sizable grant from the state of Oregon for provision of summer camp. We are working under a fairly tight timeline because we have to have the funds expensed by the end of the fiscal year. And as only this year could cause us. If we release the funds for one of the uses, as I described in the memo in the packet, we would need to adopt a supplemental budget just for the SRC because that exceeds what we're able to spend. I believe that the purposes outlined in the memo are justified and will be extremely valuable to the district, not just for summer camp, for promoting summer camp, but also for the future of the district, things that we can use in other ways and down the road. So happy to take questions, but again, the timing is such that we have to move fairly quickly on this.
The only thing I was wondering is, like the number 1 and 3 seem pretty great and something that you'll need just to do the operational piece, but I just was wondering if, I guess maybe I thought when we received this grant that there'd be some money for scholarships so that some of the costs of a summer camp could actually be very minimal for people.
Sure.
Or you could have more kids who usually aren't able to do these kind of things. So I just feel like maybe, I don't know if that's the case, maybe there are enough scholarships for kids or the costs will be low, but.
I think we can always use more. I think one thing that helped us make this proposal, I guess, is ongoing discussions that we've had with the Seaside School District where they're going to potentially share some resources that they've been provided for summer camp programs to us, specifically for that purpose, for limiting the cost or providing more scholarship funds. So I guess I feel pretty confident at this point that that's going to develop and that summer camp will be more accessible to folks that that maybe it wouldn't have been accessible to previously.
Okay. What is the cost roughly for the week? You guys,
I want to say yeah, Catherine might know better than me. She just.
I know,
I
I
saw it
signed up.
advertised at 150.
I thought it was
I think it's 140 for in-district,
Yeah, it was really reasonable. I thought.
140 a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
which compared to Camp Kwanalong, which is where my child wants to go, is 300, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's just, I remember, just to be transparent, when I was trying to get my kids into some of the summer camps, sometimes that was just too much.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anyway, if there's like a plan for the scholarship, that's my main thing, is making sure that like certain populations that don't get these opportunities might have an opportunity this year.
Yeah. I think it's a great point.
So I think 1 and 3, like I said, you have to do number 1, in my opinion, just to make a successful camp. But number 2, like, do we have to do it? It would be great, but could we also maybe get more kids involved? Like, maybe you do one of those things, not all of them. Like, for example, you do, I don't know if they come as a pair.
They don't. They don't. We would get, I think, a little bit of a discount in
for 2.
ordering both of them.
Yeah.
But it's not a package deal.
Okay.
So because I think you need a motion on this, right? Because it's an expenditure.
We would, because
Yes.
because the expenditure amount
So,
is above what.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this proposal with the addition of allocating some of the costs towards summer camp if staff feels like that would be a good and useful, good use of some of the funding.
Sorry, you're saying summer camp.
Sorry, the summer camp scholarships.
Scholarships.
Right, with the addition of that, if staff feels like that's a necessary use, is to transfer a portion of item 2 to summer camps scholarships if it's warranted.
Okay.
So I just need to clarify, are we voting on like number 1 and 3 and number 2 is going to go for scholarships?
No, I
If-
said, so my motion is that we accept the proposal
Right.
with the amendment that item number 2 be amended to either be for the purchase of the features or scholarships at the discretion of staff, once they analyze what they have available for summer camp scholarships.
Okay.
So it's leaving it somewhat open to staff to make a decision, just because they have to spend down the money, and this is our last voting opportunity before they have to spend down the money.
A couple of things to listen to in that moment.
You're just leaving it optional for you, so that once you have a better idea of the scholarship situation, that you could either use it for additional scholarships or for what you've laid out here.
Okay.
But that it would be open, so it'd be
Okay.
amended to say either.
I think that's great. As long as I know that we're good with number 1, then that means that we can propose a supplemental for that moving forward.
Yeah,
in
number
June.
1 seems really
Yeah.
necessary.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So do we have a second?
Oh, second.
All in favor signify aye, opposed nay. Erica?
Aye.
Aye.
Sue? Celeste?
Aye?
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're running a little behind here. SEPRD COVID protocols. Skylar?
Yeah, so originally this wasn't going to be on our agenda, but with all of the changes that have been made in terms of the Oregon Health Authority, the OSHA, BOLI, and lots of other agencies, as you folks know, that work or that frequent businesses, there's a little bit more flexibility in what the district environment can be in terms of masks and those types of things right now. And I guess I feel like it's important that the board that there's an opportunity for the board to discuss this and share with staff what their thoughts are. And I'll cut to the chase and say that it's staff's recommendation that we keep our current protocols in place for this next period of time and not change our mask policy, which is requiring everyone to wear a mask indoors unless you're swimming, unless during that time that you're swimming, including employees and patrons. And the main reason for doing that is we don't feel like we have the resources to be checking people's vaccination cards or pictures of their vaccination cards and having situations arise that result in a poor customer service experience because of a lack of resources in that area. So we can have a long discussion, we can have a short discussion, but that's kind of where we're at in this.
I'd move to support the staff recommendation that we maintain mask requirements for the time being.
Yeah, and I think things have changed like constantly, so it wouldn't be great to change it and then we have to change it back again. So I think we can keep our eye on it over the next board meetings.
Are you seconding?
And I would-
Sorry.
Well, I was going to second that.
Too late. All in favor, signify aye. Opposed, nay. Erica?
Aye.
Sue? Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Executive Director report.
Okay, going to be brief. As we discussed at our May 11th meeting, we did decide to move forward with Sports Facility Advisory Group, and they're really excited about working with us. We're discussing the contract right now, and looking forward to having that firmed up in the next week or two. Hiring update for those two coordinator positions. We have completed the hiring process as I shared with you in an email, but I like to bring those appointments here because I think that's really important for the public to know. So we hired Lindsay Wolf as the aquatic coordinator and Erin Redding as the youth program coordinator. Lindsay's already started and Erin starts on Tuesday, so we're really excited about those hires. We've been working really hard at the 110% cost recovery class, and the majority of the work has been conducted by Darren, and I appreciate him taking the lead on that. I think there was a lot of discussion, I believe, at our budget meeting last month, or last time, 2 weeks ago, about discovering the true cost of programs, and I'm happy to share that that's a significant part of this, is fully understanding what is the true cost of offering the programs and services that we offer. So still a little ways away, but we're in works. We have weekly meetings with the 110% team. A little event report. So we had our prom 100K Centennial run. We had just under 40 runners and 7 teams that participated. It was really fun. We ran all night. We had very little rain, just, a little ocean mist. Really fun to have Sue volunteer as a member of, I think, CERT. But we had other volunteers from CERT and from the Ham Radio Club in Seaside. We had great cooperation from the city of Seaside and from a couple of local businesses, as well as the Seaside Police Department. There was no injuries. The winning team finished in like 6.5 or 7 hours. It was crazy. They were really good runners, and they were all much younger than everyone else. They were middle school age, but they were really fast. So a really fun event. I'm not sure what the future of that event will be, but a cool way to honor the prom and under that 100-year anniversary. We have the prom chalk art contest that's coming up at the end of July. I'm happy that we've received 2 grants for that project, one from Art and Cultural Trust that I probably can't remember the name right now, and then one from the City of Seaside Visitors Bureau. Those are my items to report. As far as calendar items, just listed the board meetings for the next 2 months, and then wanted to let you know that on June 14th, we're hosting our Foundation Golf Tournament. This year it'll be a 2-player scramble, and it's at the Highlands Golf Course that afternoon, which is a Friday. So if you'd like to come and golf, or if you know other golfers, please share that with them, and it's a great fundraiser with all the proceeds going towards the scholarship fund.
Hey, Skylar, it's actually June 18th, and it's, just so you know, you guys observe Juneteenth on that day. So.
Oh, because that's the Friday before Juneteenth. Thank you.
So you probably don't want staff working that.
Thanks, Erica.
Yeah. Or yourself working, to be honest.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Skylar. Do you have a motion to move to executive session?
Go to executive session for purposes of performance review for executive director pursuant to ORS 192.6601I.
Do we have a second?
A second.
All in favor signify aye, opposed nay. Erica?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Celeste?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye. We are now in executive session. We will return. I think we're going to be a little late, so we're going to give ourselves 7:10.
very grateful for the team of people we have working in our community. Thank you.
We didn't put them out.
Celeste,
No comment.
Mike,
I appreciated going to the grand opening of the Hirsch batting facility, and I thought Scouter spoke very well, and you know, I met Mary Hirsch, and I really appreciated her comments.
I appreciate everyone's time and apologize for our extended meeting. Meeting adjourned.
We'll wave. Yeah, Sue. Phew, thank you.
Well, because of the setup we have for this big meeting,
Huh? Oh. In Mike's spot? All right. You came to the right place.
Okay, it looks like everybody's seated now, right? Welcome everyone to the SEPRD Budget Committee meeting. We're going to call the meeting to order. Let me get my time out. It's 7:23. I think most everyone had minutes emailed to them. Has everyone had a chance to look over the minutes? Okay, we had a motion to adopt the minutes. Thank you, Norm. Second. All in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Minutes approved. Motion carries. At this time, we would like to open for public comment, and if you would like to make a comment, we ask that you come to the podium. Was there a list made? I don't know.
There was no list.
Okay.
But if you can just come up one at a time.
I think the speaking limit is 5 minutes, right? 3 minutes.
Regular board meeting is 3 minutes, but I think it's Mr. Gatewood suggested it to be up to the board to extend the time if they want.
Right.
If you want, I can have a timer. Or
Okay.
you can just let the public comment.
I think as long as we don't have a crazy amount of filibuster going on, we'll let everyone speak their thoughts. Okay, go ahead and please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Denise Duacek. You'll have to forgive me because I do not like speaking in front of two people, much less however many there is here. But anyway, I'm here today speaking as a discouraged citizen. My request would be that you do not approve this budget if all the questions are not answered and all the problems are not resolved. I've sat back silently for a long while observing, and I've concluded that something wonky is going on. Perhaps
Excuse
it's
me,
due to-
Ms. Duacek, is the microphone turned on? It's a little hard to hear you.
Okay, it's probably me.
Is it turned on all the way? Okay. Sorry.
That's okay, sorry. I've sat back silently for a long while observing, and I've concluded that something wonky is going on. Perhaps it's due to a number of small things, or maybe just one big thing. I question if things are done ethically, legally, and with transparency. And as a bookkeeper with 35 plus years experience, I often ponder if things are simply being done ineptly. These are also the questions that have been asked by numerous people for well over 3 plus years. I've heard a few of the board members say if they have a question, they can walk right up to the finance manager or the director and an answer will be given. But in truth, I have yet to hear one of you actually doing the research for yourselves. You go to the fox in the hen house, never questioning its reliability, and then take it as fact. At the very least, that is how it appears. All of which has led to the group of challengers in this year's election. I can honestly say they never wanted your seats for their own agenda. In truth, they ran because for several years they also uncovered things that are not right. Legal, perhaps, but legal does not always equate to ethical. The budget meeting from 2 weeks ago exposed numerous errors and inconsistencies in the proposed budget, validating the challengers' suspicions. Each of the challengers have done their own research and compiled their own information. If you're not willing to devote the same effort that they would have, then I say shame on you for putting your name on that ballot. You are no longer board members appointed by your friends. You have officially been elected and therefore now represent the entire 7,000 plus residents, not just the 900 that voted for you. I genuinely believe that you want what's best for the community. I have never personally doubted that. That being said, I would ask that your first priority be to find out why there is such extreme division. Somewhere along the line, this has become a battle of you're with the director or you're against the director. And if you're with the director, you've taken the position of defending and protecting him at all costs, discounting anyone with questions or differing opinions, and labeling them as troublemakers or bullies, and in some cases, with slanderous accusations, which is a textbook reaction to deflect and turn the eyes away from the questions posed. Remember, the elected board works for the citizens. The director works for the board. The purchase of the middle school was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Like it or not, too much is still left unresolved, and sadly, you do in fact have a very large portion of the community that believes SEPRD is financially mismanaged. I challenge you to get to the bottom of it. You have brilliant people with skill sets that could help make SEPRD flourish, and they're actually on the same side as you and would still like to come alongside you. I would also like to add that they have amazing ideas how to move forward with the rec center that would make the entire city and SEPRD very encouraged and the cost recovery more profitable. Don't you think it's time to work together, move on, and make this beautiful coastal community what it could and should be? I think the time to begin that process is tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who had a public comment they would like to approach the podium? Go ahead. Okay, I'll say it again. Anyone else would like to make a public comment? Okay, at this time, we will close for public comment. And then now the next on the agenda is a statement from the Executive Director, Skylar Archibald.
Thank you, Madam President. In review of the Budget Committee meetings on April 27th and May 11th, I have some observations that I feel are pertinent to share. I share these thoughts in the spirit of striving to establish working relationships, cooperation, and productivity. These have been hallmarks of the district for many years, and I'm hopeful they continue. I am not associating any scrutiny of the budget or asking of questions regarding the budget with the behavior that I'm going to address. The public budget process requires volunteerism from the Budget Committee members and oversight from that group as they represent the will of the district in their actions. I did not reach these conclusions lightly, nor do I desire to bring frustration or embarrassment to anyone. However, I have learned through sometimes challenging experience that failure to address bad or uncivil behavior and disrespect can and usually does lead to further challenges and frustration. So here are the items that I'd like to address. Several times in the course of the last two meetings, members of the Budget Committee could be heard on the audio recording stating, "These people don't know what they're talking about," or "These people don't know what they're doing." It can be assumed that these people in these statements refer to either the district staff or the rest of the Budget Committee besides the individuals that made these statements, or both. Number two, Budget Committee members have asked questions of staff loosely connected to the budget process, but demonstrated a probing into previous decisions made by the district board or staff in a way that has made staff feel very uncomfortable and felt undermining to those decisions. Number three, Budget Committee meetings have been unwelcoming, hostile, and lengthy. And number four, following the conclusion of the last Budget Committee meeting, a Budget Committee member shared the following with me as they left. "I'm sorry for asking so many questions and being like this tonight, but I didn't have a choice because your board are a bunch of dumbasses who don't know what the hell they're doing." And I'm sorry for the poor language. In light of these and likely other negative experiences during this Budget Committee process, I am requesting that we conduct the Budget Committee meeting tonight with respect and professionalism. I am also requesting that the Budget Committee work together with the understanding that the district staff needs the budget approved tonight to proceed in the next step to this process. Staff have worked hard during the last few weeks, in addition to many other duties and responsibilities, to respond to questions and concerns, and the changes presented in the budget tonight represent our best efforts to adjust and help this process move forward. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you, Director. We will now move on to the review of the questions from the Budget Committee.
I think we were envisioning that you all have had an opportunity to review the questions or the answers that were provided by Marcus and myself. If there are additional questions or the answers are unsatisfactory, we're happy to try and address those questions now.
Bob,
Following up on Skylar's comment,
will you turn on your microphone? Maybe bring it closer to you.
yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's really hard with the masks.
Yeah. What would be the best way to go through this material that we make sure we're covered everything that's on the
I think
question
since all of us received the answers to the questions via email, if there's any other further clarification that needs to be made, someone from the committee can just start asking for more clarification. They answered our questions, so if you need further clarification, I think now's the time.
Okay, there are some items that I'd like to address.
but I was prepared to go through each line item on a,
I don't
You
think,
don't agree
I don't
or
think
not,
it's
but,
necessary to do that. We did that at the
okay.
last meeting,
all
and,
right, so let me, no, I don't mean line item budget, I meant the question, just to make sure we don't miss something here. Okay, let's address item 3, number 3. The estimated tax amount of $1,817,496. That's the tax levy that the tax collector, that the tax assessor's office certified to the district for this fiscal year. And then taking 94% of that yields the on line 24 of $1,708,903. But if you apply 93%, that takes you right back to the $1,690,000 figure that's in the budget message. And this does not respond to the question that I posed at the meeting, the earlier meeting in May. Now, the other observation is that the projected tax to balance the budget for the ensuing year of the $1,708,000 is actually less than the adopted figure for the current fiscal year of $1,758,000. It's also less than the amount in the revenue and expense report that was in today's agenda packet that shows the current year taxes received of $1,721,000. So the figure that you have that's reported here on line 3, which I don't question the 94% factor.
okay.
But the base tax levy amount is wrong. Now, the tax assessor will determine what next fiscal year's assessed value is when they factor in the 3% increases that the law allows, plus making any other adjustments that they make. Then they'll come back with what that new levy that'll be imposed in the district. Then that you would apply the 92.8 rate per thousand. So this figure is right now sits as it's shown here is too low and needs to be better looked at. Now, if you would run these down. You want to pass those down? Make sure that Skylar and the chair and the vice chair and Marcus gets a copy, though. I may not have made enough for everybody. Okay. Now, the top of the form that's in the green bracket is reflective of what the district has in essence determined. And I just made on the fourth line down, I did the 1,817,982 times the 93. That factor, if you go back and look at the budget message, is the exact figure that's in the budget message. So these figures did not get adjusted at all. So,
Before we go further, if I could address that or ask another question?
pardon?
Are you done with that one question? Are you done with that one question?
As long as you understand, I just want to clarify one other thing, is that the second page represents the page from the county assessor's office that details what the taxing district is for tax year 2021. The taxing district is Sunset Empire Park and Recreation District. Line 17 shows the assessed value. And then line 39, which is in green, shows the exact tax rate that you are using for next year's budget that is in the current year levy. So that has to be adjusted because it's wrong.
I might make a comment. I think that if we use 93%, our calculations are going to be off. The response from staff was that they are budgeting the tax receipts at 94%.
I'm not questioning the 93. I'm not
Well, if you
questioning
don't-
94
yeah.
either. Fact
But-
is, I would recommend the use of 94, but I don't have a problem with 93. But the tax rate in Clatsop County, while it was running for several years at 94%, was currently at the tax rate of the most recent reportable year at 93.2. That's not what I'm questioning. What I'm questioning is the amount of tax that is reported in the budget as the amount to balance the budget. It is too low.
So basically, if
So
you
you're-
if you don't understand,
you're
so the
questioning
total
that-
assessed value of the district should have been increased by 3% before, it should have been increased by 3%, and then had the tax rate applied to it, and then the 94% should have been taken of that number. The total assessed value of the district wasn't increased by 3% to allow for the growth of the tax of the district. That's what we're trying to get down to, is that the total assessed value of the 1.958591814 was for fiscal year 2021. That should have been increased by 3% for the projected budget. And then the tax rate applied, and then the 94% applied to that.
So,
That's what we're trying to say.
Robert, so is the options that you put on here, so is saying is that we should be looking at option C to be the 3%?
All I was attempting to do there was, in case there was comment or rebuttal or people were unsure what to do, I just showed three different things what would happen if you rolled up the 3%, what that would provide, what 2.8% on a assessed value increase would provide, and what would
A 2.5?
and the 2.5, yeah.
Okay. So what you're proposing is that line 24 be moved from 1,708,903 to $759,774.38.
Yes.
The issue here is that we did not reflect a 3% increase in the total taxes in the original budget. We changed from a 100% collection rate to 94, but we didn't adjust for the increase in property values from the county. Okay.
That's right. The reason that I think that a 3% roll-up, even though it could be off by a few points, would be okay, is if you look back on this the statement from the county assessor's office on lines 13 through 17. Those figures would normally have certain adjustment factors to them anyhow. So when you net down to line 17, it's going to be essentially about the same answer. So, but as far as the average, I didn't make a call to the assessor's office to see if they had an idea yet of what their tax roll is going to come in October.
So I am making the changes as we're going through them. That then would change the unappropriated ending fund balance to $415,446.
I didn't catch that last.
415,446.
You said the ending?
Yep, so that would be line 60.
Okay, you say that is for what?
415,446.
415 what?
446.
446. Okay. All right.
Okay, any other further discussion about line item 3 on the questions from our previous meeting?
Okay.
Next question.
Okay, does anyone else want to jump in before I say something again?
I got something I
think you
can
have
say,
the
Bob.
floor.
Okay.
So I really didn't have a question last time, except it was about the personnel services, like question 11. But I just felt like my comments a little bit felt like they fell on deaf ears. And so I just passed around this. It's in front of you. It's got some highlighting on it. And I'd just like to point out that the personnel services from actuals of 19 and 20, which were 1.2 million, have now gone up to 1.9 million dollars. In 19 and 20, they took up 43% of the operating expenses, and for this proposed budget, they will. That's wrong. They will consume 67% of the budget, the personnel services. On the third page, this is from the National Park and Recreation Performance Review, and it says on average 55% of agencies' operating expenditures go to personnel services. And for districts with less than 20,000, which we're at the bottom edge of that, we're less than 8,000. The average is 51% of operating expenses going to personnel services. And we're at 67%. And just like I stated last time, I think it's a lot of the operating expenses going towards personnel services. And then the last chart is Well, there's just a comparison chart, us with other districts. But then, the typical Park and Rec staff has a payroll of 44 FTEs, but for a district with less than 20,000, the staff is on average between 5 and 21, and we employ 55. And it just seems like we're very heavy on the personnel side, and that it's consuming a very large portion of the budget. $1.9 million will go towards salaries, benefits, and payroll taxes in this budget. That's more than the tax receipts. The tax receipts are going to be, with the new number, $1.759 million. The personnel budget is $1.924 million, and I just think that's excessive.
Do you have a question about it or a remedy or? Because I think I'm just for my personal comment on what you're saying is our district is providing quite a bit of childcare and things like that other districts are not. And it's much needed in our community because there's no other childcare.
Well,
So I think personnel is going to be a big part of our budget.
I just think if we're going to go out and, we went out and spent $2.5 million on a building, and I think that we need to put money towards it and not be elevating positions and creating additional positions when you have a building over there that needs repairs. It may need portions torn down. One of those two things definitely needs to happen, regardless of the outcome of the group that's coming to study uses for the building. It needs repairs, the roof leaks, and portions of it will probably need to be torn down.
So
And I just think
how is
having
that a
this high
question
personnel,
about the
that we need to move some money towards the building instead of towards personnel costs. I think they're too high.
Does the budget have any unopened positions? Have all the positions, at least currently planned for FY '21-22, been filled?
No. Currently, we do have quite a few vacancies in youth programs, aquatics, recreation. In all of our programming area, we are actively hiring.
But are the 41.88 FTEs, are they currently on board?
No.
Okay, so I guess in other words, there's a question of what our committed salary base is, as Patrick was asking. If we have a number of unfilled positions, then those are something that we could play with if we needed to adjust costs. But I wonder, can you give me an approximate number of how many current FTEs we have?
I think it's on the chart on question number 1.
Well, that's my question, is it says 4188.
Yeah,
But
and-
I think I'm hearing that those are budgeted positions, but not currently filled.
Yeah, right now, we've had some staff that have been transitioning to, as they're going to go away for summer. And so we are actively trying to fill those positions so that way we can continue to offer the program we have. So if I had to make an estimation, I'd guess we're probably close to like the 38 full-time equivalent.
Okay, thank you.
And my question, Chair, is, so the district answer has 41, and
Right.
this statement here, we're back up to 55. Now, what's right?
We do have 55 employees that have a 41 full-time equivalent
Full-time
because we do
equivalent.
have a lot of staff that are part-time.
And that's what it shows. But this says we have 55 full-time employees.
Not 55 full-time.
Well,
Yeah, we do not have that,
Wasn't
so I'm not sure what you're referencing.
According to the budget method. Oh, I see. Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think one thing that would be helpful, because I feel like we're not really able to like understand that percentage increase, even if the number isn't correct, is like, why has it increased? I have to say, I'm not exactly totally sure. Like, what is the breakdown of those increases? Like the bullets, is it merit increases? Is it, because potentially there could be a spot for savings.
Again, I'm not sure what you guys are referencing because we were not given that paper.
Sorry, we know in general that there's an increase in personnel services, so why, I guess? Like, it'd be good to know that reasoning, or what is the strategy for like the percentage of increase versus staff?
The biggest thing that has caused an increase, I can say, in the past year has been COVID, because we have increased restrictions. So we have to have increased custodial staff, we have to have increased childcare staff to meet lower ratios, as well as lifeguarding staff and monitoring. So we have to make sure that we have all these people in place that we typically wouldn't necessarily have, which results in higher staffing.
So it's more staff as opposed to substantial increases in staff
Correct.
compensation.
Correct. And so the planned budget has that eventually we will go out of COVID restrictions a little bit and allow additional patron usage. And so the staffing has partially retained at that point, so that way we can continue to provide at the ratios set by, for childcare, for instance.
I'd like to just make a comment on a personal interaction, because I've been to because my daughter's a swimmer, I've been to almost all these pools that are listed on the form you sent out, Patrick. And the thing I'll comment is, having been there and been a swim judge, where we've been in the background to see how in a cursory way, what Sunset Empire offers to its patrons is much more extensive than what the Hood River Pool offers, and what the Lebanon Aquatic Pool, my gosh, that's, and even Tillamook, I don't see it on here. These pools they're just a swimming pool. And we offer incredible opportunities, including the daycare. But I'm just looking at what I'm seeing on this page is comparing an apple and an orange. And I just wanted to say that.
For us, we don't have that document. I'm not sure what you're referring to or where it came from. No, I see you holding it up. I can see what it is. I'm just saying, where is that? Is there another copy, or where did it come from? Oh, okay.
Patrick brought that with him today.
Did you send it to us, or?
No, it wasn't.
We just ran out of copies. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure what I saw looking at something, but.
And I would just like to piggyback on Sue's, because Patrick, for my own satisfaction, I did a little bit of research on this, and what your district list, your comparison, fails to indicate is that there are many park and rec districts that are run by city funds, and I actually ran some calculations. I don't have them here, but I think the two that I ran were Newport, and there's another, maybe it was Lincoln City, and they were substantially higher than our rate. I actually did the math and calculated out what the total assessed value for that was and what the city budget was towards park and rec, and it was substantially higher than what we pay in our district.
So while that chart is in there, I didn't even address it. I just threw it in there for numbers, and obviously we should be providing a lot more because we are in receipt of a lot more tax dollars.
I do have a question on your form, and it's just I'm just asking for my personal information. On page 1, it talks about the 67.63, and when you go to
this part.
The 78 is a typo. That should be 67.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry about that. It was late. We got this at 4:30 yesterday, and I was working late last night trying to get this put together. Sorry
I was
about
just
that.
trying to figure out how to compare the two numbers.
They're one and the same, 67.63. Right here. Yeah, I apologize.
So was that all the discussion we needed about line item number 11?
I do agree with Patrick that if there is a way coming out of COVID, because I understand we do need to like follow certain protocols, but if there is a way, because I don't know what every little percentage adds up to in terms of the increase, but if there's a way to look at, and I don't know if it's now, right? Because I think we need to pass the budget, so maybe that's for the future, but I do think that there may be ways to create savings in that area. That, to be honest, that I've talked to Skylar about. So, I don't know what's on the table to talk about tonight or in the future, but I do think that having an understanding of where those percentage increases, what that is made up of, and then looking at that and trying to understand whether that's the right thing to do right now.
Might be told by, like, perhaps this is part of the reporting function that we could consider moving forward, is how we report out staffing or personnel costs in terms of FTEs, so that we're getting a better narrative or story that to be able to judge the number time over time, and what the increases are made of.
You said it fell on deaf ears. I mean, I think it's because it is confusing to know what that is for me. So it's not that I'm not hearing you or that we're not hearing you. I just am not sure how to look at it and interpret it to then make a recommendation, to be honest.
I guess, and I realize it's a lot of numbers, but it just to me, into two budget sessions to have your personnel services go up, $600,000. It's just a big jump. That's a huge jump. And at a time when we have a building to be custodians of and to that we need to do something with, and it's going to require repairs or some partial tear downs or some rebuilding, that money could be used either in the Sunset Recreation Center Fund or in the Capital Improvement Fund. I think at this point in time where, COVID is on its downslide, less personnel are going to be required for those programs, and we can focus to the future and what we're going to do with that building to make it a productive product of the district.
I think we need more personnel, personally. I think the district needs more. So I disagree with your take on what the budget needs, but that's just me. There needs to be more people implementing programs, and we have a big building now that there can be quite a few more classes going on. The building, a large portion of it is perfectly safe, and there could be a myriad of new programs that the Parks and Rec District could provide, and personnel is a huge part of that.
Can I just make an observation as the old guy? Okay.
Sure.
We had, in my employment time here from 96 to 99, we had the same situation come up, and we were not able to keep qualified people because they couldn't afford to live here.
Right.
because they had 2 or 3 jobs to try and continue their job placement. So any investment we did in training was out the door. We lost it. And we didn't have it back. And yes, I know it costs a lot, but it also costs staff money to live here, to do childcare for their own children.
Right.
So it's a continual battle. So, and I agree that we should make some plans for the building use and improving the building, but we should need to take care of our people also.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
A comment?
Hi, Norm.
I'm not sure that I'm ready to say that it's too much, but it seems like to me that a lot hinges on the strategic plan that's going to come out of the consulting. And that it, to me, would be wise to defer any major decisions, like employment decisions, until after the results of the strategic plan and those results show that, yes, it's the right thing to do, or instead of A, we should do B. So if we haven't hired anyone, especially an additional staff, a replacement might be something, but I would suggest we defer hiring any new positions until after the strategic plan is done and it's determined that those really are who we need, the type of people, and where.
I think that's a great suggestion, although I don't know if it's within the scope of the budget committee. So, right.
I was just going to share that while some of the personnel service increase can be attributed to growing in a few areas, I wanted to just shed a little light on those areas that we have grown, because I think it's important for the conversation. So previously, up until this last fiscal year, or the current fiscal year that we're in, we have always only ever had one full-time maintenance person. But recognizing the great responsibilities that were placed on that one individual, we've hired an additional full-time person that was budgeted for in this current budget year. Additionally, it's been a priority from the board that we improve our marketing and outreach. So, and that's not just from the current iteration of the board, but also from previous iterations. So we reallocated a position that was primarily over recreation and special events to be marketing and outreach and special events. And in turn, we needed a person to handle those recreation responsibilities. So I think what I guess we've done as district staff is adapt to where we are at and the services that we're trying to provide. And yes, obviously that line has increased as a result of it, but so too has the cost of programs. And I'm not saying the cost to the participant, I'm saying the cost of running those programs, the cost of employing people. Wages have gone up, payroll taxes have gone up, other expenses have increased. So I feel a little bit torn in recognizing your point in that I think it has some merit, but I think without those personnel serving in those key areas, then the programs and services can't grow. And I know for a fact that the work that we've accomplished in the SRC and the work that will need to be accomplished over the next period of time would not be possible without the employment of these key individuals to administer programs, to maintain the facility, to use their expertise to handle projects and other things that are upcoming.
I would also like to say, I think that the Park and Rec District is in a unique employment position because we need such specialized employees. We can't just go out and hire somebody off the street to lifeguard. You can't just hire somebody off the street to oversee the preschool. They have to be qualified, they have to be trained, and retaining those people, particularly right now when the employment market is, everybody's fighting over the same very, very small pool of people. we need to retain those very qualified people. And I think that's, we are not the same as Safeway. We are not the same as, we have to have those specialized employees.
Share this. Another priority.
That brings a higher caliber to the programs you offer, which I think is great. Bob, did you have something to say?
Yes. Are all district employees covered under a retirement plan, PERS?
No. The district does not do PERS. They do a private offering through Special Districts Association.
Okay. What is the employer contribution rate?
So
Only a small percentage of the district employees receive this employer contribution, and it's 6%. Okay. All right. Well, it's a lot better than what it would be if you're under PERS. You'd be paying an arm and a leg. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to other questions from our previous meeting.
Okay. I have some questions dealing with the fund balance, but there's a couple items later on that address that issue too, so I'll hold off till then. I do want to make a comment regarding the maintenance budget. The point of the question, as I would read it, was dealing with the total number of employees in that activity of 3.87, but the budget message said that 2 of the positions were full-time equivalents. So my question would be then is, as we look at the administrative budget and the other budgets, all full-time people are line items separately. Why are they not in the maintenance budget, separated out separately?
Yeah, so according to the local budget manual, it states that
that has nothing to do with my question.
Please let him.
Can I please answer the question?
Okay.
Okay. So according to the local budget manual, it states that we need to disclose the full-time salaried employees. Hourly employees are exempt from that disclosure, and these individuals are hourly, non-salaried employees.
Those full-time positions are hourly?
Correct.
Oh, okay. That was not clear. All right, okay.
Okay, Bob, did you have anything else from our previous meeting that hasn't been cleared up in the document that was set out?
Okay, I'd like to address the issue of, let's see, where was it? Okay, 22.
Okay.
Did staff get a chance to do any work on that projection for the balance of the year to determine a reasonable fund balance?
I have not. The finance department consists of me solely, and so I was trying to meet all the other requirements, but it is on my list to do.
Okay. I'd like to ask a few questions that are relative to the end of the year. You have in the general fund $243,000 worth of transfers to through three funds. When will those transfers be made?
I typically do those transfers
The last day of the
fiscal year.
Is that what you said?
Yep, last day of the fiscal year.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, so you have projected $460,046 at the end of the year. You're assuming that your expenditures will be about $500,000 under the budget, and revenues at just a hair over $3 million. So there's a spread there of about $400,000. I'm thinking that your ending fund balance, rather than being $460,000 at June 30th, will be more in the neighborhood of about $972,000.
Is there a question associated with that? I'm sorry.
Well, it is from this standpoint, is that I feel that your carryover balance into next fiscal year should be about $500,000 higher. See, as of the end of March, you were carrying an unfunded an ending balance of $1,654,000, rounding it off. April, $1,597,000. It's inconceivable to me that if at the end of April you're looking at nearly a $1.6 million balance, that in the next 2 months plus the June 30 accruals, that it's going to decrease down to $400,000. I don't see it.
So are you proposing that line 2 be moved to $960,000?
Yes, I guess I am. The figure I had was 972, but I'll take 960.
And that also doesn't take into account that the ending fund balance of 19 and 20 will not be carried over to the net working capital for 21, 22, and that's an additional $289,000. I don't know if is that in your calculations, Bob? That the ending fund balance from 1920, since it's still a adopted budget for 2021, there's another $289,000 there too.
No, I've adjusted it based upon the adjustment that was made based upon the audit report,
In the monthlies, okay.
and then taking the revenues less expenses up through the present time,
Got it.
and then doing a projection of revenues and expenses for the balance of the year. So that, if it's reasonable and if you're in your minds, then that would also change the figure on line 2 at the top of the page on the right-hand side. If you want to see the figures I have, I'd be glad to share them with you.
60 would be changed to 915,400.
So that changes your bottom line down to what figure?
So the
Line 62.
line 62 would be 3,396,824.
Now, wait a minute. What would be the unappropriated balance? I mean,
The unappropriated balance would be 915,400.
915,400. Okay.
For 2021.
That would be line 60, right?
Correct.
915,400.
And then line 62 would be the 3,396,824.
Say that again, please. 3 million.
3,396,824. And that's line 62.
Okay, I guess it takes care of the general fund.
So, Bob, I'm not keeping up with all of your equations. I'm trying to do it on a little calculator here without a spreadsheet, but I'm assuming you're doing the spend down, that you're just averaging our burn rate on a monthly basis and adding that on for the rest of the year. Is that correct? How you're coming to your... What I'm worried about is whether we've taken into consideration some other projected costs, like a $70,000 to the contractor. And what I'm worried about is making such a large adjustment that gives us an obligation to an ending fund balance.
Was the 70,000 in the budget item? Is that in the budget item? Is it, you said 70,000 is in the budget item?
Yes, but if you're projecting, like if you're calculating that we are going to underspend for 2021, what I'm worried about is we're not taking into account all of those things, and that we're not going to be as underspent as maybe you're anticipating if we are simply going with monthly averages.
Yep. Pass it down. You take one of these figures here. You have a point there from the standpoint that I don't know what your inner processes are in terms of your expenditure rate and how you're spending out that money.
Right.
So Marcus can do a quick look at the figures. I think that he could catch something that might be missing, like a figure like you just mentioned.
Right.
And if that's the case, you make appropriate adjustment.
And I'm also wondering if that ending general fund balance takes into account the year-end transfers, which are also substantial.
The UN what?
The year-end transfers into the other funds.
That figure is shown, did you get a copy of it?
Yeah, so
You
sorry, I
see
haven't.
200, you see under June, other, 237,000?
That's the transfer?
Those are those transfers. Then the 65,000 is accrued liabilities at the end of the year. So the thing that might not be included in these figures, since I don't know your inner workings, that 70,000 that you talked about may not be reflective in these figures.
I guess my big concerns, or we're talking about things in 1920, and taking the unappropriated fund balance, okay, then the line item 2. Marcus, if you agree with Bob's analysis, what is the impact on the proposed budget 2022? Are we increasing net working capital by 500,000?
So in doing that, if we increase the net working capital by 500,000, we would then, as of right now, would have that 915,000 in the unappropriated ending fund balance. My concern is that if we do not additionally allocate some of that funds out, then if we have to do a supplemental, there's no way to spend those funds. Because according to the supplemental, you're unable to adjust, or according to budget law, you're unable to adjust the ending fund balance after it's been adopted. So the concern would be in the event that we then did decide to do substantial work on the SRC or something, if we don't already earmark that out, then we've kind of tied that money, saying that we're going to use it in future years.
I think that's the point, is that it'd be better to earmark it.
So proposing an additional line item, for instance, on SRC that says for anticipated projects, for instance, in 2020.
Either the SRC or the capital improvement.
Whatever.
There's a $500,000 there.
And put it in there so that if it's decided that we need to move ahead. Yeah,
because there's no point if you know about it to begin with. There's no point in waiting, in not doing nothing, and then waiting 6 to 8 months to come back with a supplemental budget. You know about it now, do it now. At least that's how I look at it.
Again, so I don't disagree with the idea of moving it to, capital improvement or something. But if the intent is that we want it available, then in those funds, we also would have to earmark specifically. So it could be the capital, sorry about that. So it could go to like, capital outlay or something. And then it would not necessarily go on the ending fund balance for that fund, which then, because if we don't earmark it within that fund, then again, it gets tied and it has to carry over and we're not able to spend those funds.
As long as there's no real error in the numbers and it's just a choice of where to put the money.
right.
You are correct, yes.
Then I think we choose the option that gives us the greatest flexibility. So that's just a recommendation.
Yeah, I would agree.
There is one other option, I'll just throw it out for whatever it's worth, is that since we're presumably finding additional monies that are there, one additional option is that rather than levying the full tax rate, the Budget Committee could in fact approve a tax levy less. The negative part of that, of course, is that it reduces your level of income. But that is an option. of reducing the tax levy amount. The dollar amount, not the levy itself, not the rate, but the dollar amount itself. So that would be an option if you wanted to think about it. Okay. I would suggest that perhaps it might be a better idea to take your operating contingency and increase that from 20,000 to a higher figure.
And does anybody have a
Bob's number, of that large number. So, and again, with trying to do it right here, I've got a bunch of chicken scratches, but I'm having a hard time to getting to your large number.
I try to be as conservative as possible on the revenue. And the expenditures are maintaining pretty much the April level. And they're above what the 8-month average would be from July to February.
The additional thing to consider also, I was just thinking about this, is we did receive the $62,500 grant from the state for our summer camps, and I believe that it was arrived in April, and so those funds also have to be expended out, and that's why we will be looking at increasing to spend out an additional $62,000.
Yeah, that's why I saw that big grant in there in April. That's why I reduced that May and June down to that 16,000 level to be consistent with previous months. But the point about that contract that you have, that 70 grand, I think that's a well-taken comment because I doubt that that would be in these figures because they wouldn't be part of, if it hasn't occurred yet, if you haven't let that yet, then that's something I couldn't see, and I would say that that's probably a figure that you'd want to back out of volume.
Back out of it. I also am wondering if your revenue projections are a little hot because I think if you're using averages here.
No.
You didn't use averages. I don't know where you got your revenue projections for.
Well, I think it's probably pretty well taken that where you've been in terms of March and April, that you've adjusted to a higher level than your previous 8-month period. And being the summer months, kids are back out using the facilities.
It seems high to me considering, I mean, we're already at, we've collected 99.5% of our projected budgeted revenue to date, year to date, by the end of April 30th.
Yeah, I would think Marcus should react to the figures that I'm showing.
Okay.
He sees them every day, so I'm sure that he can react to what's there.
As I previously
as far as the revenue, I think as far as the revenues, those are pretty conservative. The other figure is just basically taxes. And you already have your May receipts of taxes, and that is right in the neighborhood of, well, let me see.
I was going to say, as I previously stated, I have not been able to do the projection yet, so to do it on the spot is kind of difficult, I'm not going to lie, and be able to project out without fully understanding this Excel that you gave.
So your April, your May 5th, tax distributions was $14,017. So you've already got that in. And I put in for May 15,000 for other, and there are other revenues that are in that category besides taxes. There'll be another distribution probably, because May is the third trimester of the tax collection period. But again, Marcus should be able to put a finger on those reasonably quick, I would think. But I think your 70,000, is that the figure you put for the consultant contract?
The consulting
I think
contract.
I rounded up a bit.
I think it's 75.
Yeah, I think it's 75.
I think you ought to add those to my figures.
I think that you're, based on just, doing quick look at everything, it does, your revenue does look pretty on par, considering a couple factors that I know, so I think that that's your revenue. I am still trying to calculate the expenses, so that's just going to take me a little bit longer than 5 seconds. So as soon as I review it, I will let you know.
So for Celeste and Marcus, just because you know the grant world well, if we were to receive large grants in this fiscal year that need to be spent in this fiscal year, what does that mean? Because I'm a little bit lost on exactly what we're trying to.
So the grant that we received that needs to be expensed by this fiscal year, that means that we have to have pretty much the check out the door.
Yeah, but if you let's say we get 5 of those this year, how does that affect what Bob's saying, I guess, is what I'm asking.
It would, in theory, it would kind of be a wash, because your grant should have very distinct restrictions. So you're going to bring in an X amount of money that then you have to spend on X. So it's kind of going to balance out. So even if it increases your revenue, it's going to increase your expenses equally.
What would those expenses be? Are they staff?
It's whatever the board just approved at their meeting. I'm sorry.
For just this summer camp grant? Is that what you're asking, or for any grant?
I'm saying, because we don't know, let's say we got 5 grants this year that needed to be spent in this fiscal year. I just was curious how that worked.
Yeah, but many grants are based upon covering existing salary costs. Do the grants cover existing salary costs?
It depends on the grant.
Speaking
Some are.
hypothetically, so it's not.
It's for kids, it could be capital improvements, it could be so many things. So I just was curious how that would affect.
Well, you have to remember, you've got less than 2 months.
Yeah.
You've only got, 40 days maximum left in the fiscal year. Seems to me that those grants will actually roll over into next year for expenditures.
So I'm wondering, is the 65,000 you have in the bottom column?
Yeah, right.
Is that 65,000 the expenditure of the camp grant that we have? What is that?
Those would be things like bills that are rendered after June 30th.
Okay. So
for services performed by June 30th, but not paid.
Right.
Or payroll-related
payables, yeah.
expenses, benefits.
Okay, so the other expenditure that's not in here that I think would be of consequence would be the camp expenditures that we need to have out the door by the end of the year, which was another 65, 62, 5. So in addition to that 75, we have another 60,
Sure.
let's call it
okay.
63.
That's reasonable, although those are things I didn't know about, so,
So that would mean 138.
sure.
So that puts us at an ending fund balance of closer to 834,000, which puts us just under where we sat last year. Well, substantially where we, 60,000 below where we stood last year.
Okay, so the 950 figure would change to what?
So your ending fund balance of 972,062 changes to 834.
834?
834,000. I'm just rounding, but yeah.
So Celeste, so you're saying that the net working capital would be what again?
834. And if we wanted to be a little conservative on that, we could round down would be my proposal. But then also, as has been suggested, like that we also put a line item into one of the budgets as a authorization to decrease the ending fund balance requirement.
So if line 2 becomes 834, line 60 would become 789,400.
Can you say those one more time?
If line 2 were to become 834,000, line 60 would become 789,400. 789,400. Which then would change line 62, the total expenses, including the unappropriated fund balance, to 3,270,824.
But could we then put a line item into, Patrick, I think you said into the capital improvement fund as a project expense, as a proposed potential project expense?
Yeah, I think when you get to those funds, you can just.
Or SRC?
You can take a look at.
Yeah, SRC or capital, or we could split it and put some in capital improvement fund in case there was like a project that came up with the pool.
Well, if I remember right, Skyler, I think you told me that you typically need your net working capital at about 450 to get you through from July through the first tax receipts.
Correct.
So anything in excess of 450,000 for the
Sounds smart.
net working capital, I would suggest you find a home for.
So,
So
so we, 340? Round to 500? Yeah, I think 500 is safe to keep in reserve, you mean? Yeah. So then we have about 290,000 to put somewhere else on a line item.
I would also encourage us looking at, I believe it was Robert that stated increasing our contingency from the 20,000 to possibly matching the 50,000 for this year, which still is not substantial, but it helps if need be.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good idea. To the 50? So that's line item 56?
Line item 56 to 50,000, which would change the unappropriated ending fund balance to 759,400.
Okay, what are we doing now?
Changing line 56, which is the contingency,
of the general fund, yeah.
to 50,000 from 20,000.
60?
50, 50.
Oh, 50, okay. So then that changes the,
Like it's
to 739,400 for the unappropriated.
759,400,
739,
759,
759.
It was in your packet
Oh, okay, yeah, because we're increasing it
with the questions.
30, yeah, okay.
So that leaves us with 259,000 to put on a light item someplace, right?
It'd be 259,400 that if you wanted to keep the unappropriated fund balance at 500,000.
Yeah. And so maybe we put that. And what would your recommendation, where is it more likely, Skylar, that we would need access to capital? Would it be in the capital improvement fund or in the SRC fund?
It could. You can do, as long, you have to keep it not in the ending fund balance. So if it is like in a project expense line, then you could, under a supplemental, transfer that to additional fund. But as long as it's not coming out of the unappropriated fund balance. You could, as long as it's not coming out of the unappropriated fund balance.
What about in the maintenance under RC repair and maintenance? You got $4,000 in there. You have a building that needs,
That's recreation, it's not the recreation center.
oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so there isn't a maintenance, oh, the
Because-
Sunset, SRC has its own
Correct.
line item, okay, sorry
Correct.
about that. Oh, repair and maintenance, line 24. You have
Yep, that line item-
10,000, currently $10,000 for SRC repair and maintenance for 2020, 21, 22. I mean,
Yeah,
you can
and
put
that
all the
might-
programs in you want this year, but the roof is still gonna leak.
That line item was left low until after the board did their consulting work, so that way they could determine where they actually wanted to put funds, and if they wanted to allocate towards capital improvement or not.
And like I said, and I'll say it again, no matter what you do, you know, you still, they need to get to repair some stuff. I think the only thing on there, you're repairing a refrigeration unit right now, but you still have roofs that leak, you have windows that need to be replaced, I mean, and maybe portions that need to be tore down, so, I mean, SRC repair and maintenance can go a long way towards that.
So to be clear, if we put something in the capital improvement fund, can it be used to improve any of the facilities, whether it's SRC or anything else, right?
Correct.
So if we put it in that line 26 on the capital improvement fund, it does, I think it accomplishes what you're talking about, Patrick, because I agree, I think we might, it just provides some flexibility. as to
It's
where-
just if the number's too large, then it requires a supplemental budget, am I correct? If it's,
Yes, if it goes over the 10%, then it
right,
is required.
right,
Yep.
you just need to do a supplemental, that's it. Yeah.
Yep.
But you're right, it could serve multitude of purposes there.
So yes, you are right. Line 26 under capital improvement fund could become the 259.4.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question that might tie into what we're doing here. Let me just locate. Marcus, before the meeting, I was asking about that June 15th debt service payment. Where is it budgeted for payment?
The payments would be located under Sunset Recreation Center Fund, line 42.
Well, there isn't anything in the adopted budget, and it's a June 15th payment. So it's in this fiscal year.
Are you referring to what was listed in
that
the
was
debt
the old-
service table, Bob?
Pardon?
Are you referring to what was listed in the debt service table, the two
Yeah.
interest payments?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that too. I didn't know if they just, that we're not actually required to make. So there's a debt service table in the documentation that you sent us over that lists two interest payments prior to the larger principal.
26.
I've got a question. We're on the Sunset Recreation Fund.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that contract that you were talking about earlier, that isn't the same thing as line 22 here, is it?
Oh. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So if they are, then those contract
Then we've counted it twice.
are actually budgeted in this fund and not in the general. So we can go back and put that
Yeah,
money
put it
back
back
in. Is that correct? Is that what the president was talking about?
Yeah.
Or the
Yes, that, right. So line 22 on the SRC fund, $75,000 is the contract payment, so that falls in next year. You accounted for that for next year, not this year. So we shouldn't have deleted it out. We can add 75,000 back in.
So we can go back to their,
Do you see what I mean? Or what, that was a good catch, yeah.
okay,
What you're saying now.
all right. So those figures can be added back to the general fund.
Correct. 75. So, go back.
Okay, let me ask the question here. We have 31,000, we have that 17,000 debt service payment that's due June 15th, and it has to be made in timely manner. It's something that can't be delayed even one day.
Say 31,000?
No, 17.
17,000, okay.
Yeah, I did say 31, but I changed it back to 17. Yeah, 17. There's nothing in it.
There should be, yes, he is correct. It should be 17,726.25.
All right, so what are you going to do, move the general operating money out of there?
Sorry, what?
So where are you going to get the budget for the 17,000 payment? Where's it coming from?
Yeah. Right.
No, you can't reduce unappropriated fund balance.
Talking about this year's budget, not the proposed.
You have to either take it out of the 10,000 operating contingency or reduce an expense somewhere else.
I think it probably will have to come out of the contingency and.
Can you take it out of somewhere like repair and maintenance? I assume that you can take it out of the contingency was at 10, so you reduce operating contingency to 0. Line 46. Line 46. So then you got to make up $727. Yeah, $7,727. How about that
Well,
capital
maybe.
outlay? Are you really going to spend 38,000 in capital outlay?
Maybe, 'cause I'm-
between now and the end of the year?
There's
I
a,
doubt it.
there's a. Ma- Well, maybe,
Okay, let me ask you a question. On your supplemental budget, did you appropriate the Sunset Recreation Fund by object of expenditure? 'Cause whatever you do here, if you did, then you have to do a resolution before the board at the next meeting.
Which we will have to do anyway because we have that grant that we are expensing. And so there will have to be a supplemental specific to the SRC because of the expenses associated with the grant would create over a 10% difference.
Okay, you're going to get another grant into this fund?
We received a grant and the expense is going to come out of this fund.
Okay, so you're going to do a supplemental
Correct.
budget to cover it?
Correct.
So you'll take care of the loan payment at that time?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. All right.
so Marcus, if you're going to be looking at that, will you look at line 149 on, sorry, line 49 on the SRC fund too, because it's not matching up to my cover sheet on the budgeted expenditures. It's just off by 10,000, and as long as, if you're going to do a supplemental, maybe just make sure that it's right, whatever it needs to be.
I will.
Okay, while we're on this fund, I've got a question regarding an issue here. The board adopted a resolution that provided for a reimbursement of the proceeds from the loan. And it was about $31,000. When I look at the loan documents, there's nothing in the loan documents that I saw, and due to the timing of getting it, I very possibly could have missed it. But I saw nothing that established in the loan documents a reimbursable issue. And the tax certificate, which is filed with the Internal Revenue Service, doesn't say anything about providing for reimbursement. It appears that the district did not reimburse itself from those proceeds. Is that correct?
All the proceeds from the loan went to SRC loan receivable, which included the reimbursement because
You budgeted everything into,
it's under contracted services is what we actually got reimbursed for.
where was that, in the general fund or this fund?
It was in this fund.
And that's in,
SRC fund line 22, 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1
22?
is contracted services, and that is the expense that we got reimbursed for.
Okay, so that 342, 570.
It includes the reimbursement.
$31,000 is in there to cover that.
Correct.
Okay, all right. All right, I couldn't see where it was, so I need to get clarification that was. So the other question I was going to have is that the bond counsel indicated on the form that's filed with the feds that you were going to do a reimbursable. So that's a moot issue since the bond counsel established that on the form. Okay, solves my question. All right, thank you.
Let me ask a question. Can we, stretch our legs for a minute or two?
Sure. Let's take a 3-minute recess. And
To give ourselves some sort of deadline just to wrap things up because we have work early and all that.
That's some good questions. Right here. Clears up matters. Clears up issues. New software gets in one of them again.
Yeah.
We got a lot of software problems there. And that new software comes online next month.
Yeah, always something like that.
Good grief, you are a finance guy. Gee, Merry Christmas.
Here's that Fed form right here.
Geez,
And there's the reimbursement.
31 should have been, so that's included in the 40. Well,
Yeah.
I hate it when they have such.
Yeah, see, if they were going to do that, their bond counsel would have to redo this form. But since you identified it, then
Okay.
that solved my question.
Yeah, you should go into public accounting. I'll submit your resume to, I gotta think of who's the KPMG.
To somebody, huh?
Well, I was gonna say Ernst Young, but they were absorbed. I was gonna say Coopers and Lyman, but they were absorbed.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, which, it's a big four now. I
They're all going down.
They're all gone, they're all merging.
They're all
Yeah, I read, was it the Big 10, Big 12? I forgot, Big 8? And then the big one swallowed the little one, and then another, and then Arthur Anderson, they got absorbed, and Arthur Young.
Yeah, and then
KPMG was way down the list, and then all of a sudden they ended up surviving in the top four.
I know.
It was,
Things have sure changed over the years, haven't they?
yes, they have.
You know, I will have Jeremy come back in.
I remember, I don't know if my memory is right, but there was even talk, 10 years ago, that we would be moving away from gap to a different gap that was consistent with European gap, so that it was kind of, with all the internet globalization, we were using the same rules and so forth. So gap was kind of either being updated or moving away, and then everything would be some new gap that's international.
Well, the accounting rules are getting more stringent, requiring an awful lot more work.
Well, after Sarbanes-Oxley, talk about making work.
Oh, did you give that to me?
That created a whole lot of work.
I was like, wait a second, did I eat dinner?
Oh, well, 3 minutes. I think that's 3 minutes.
Amber, do you think we can go again?
I can't hear you.
Please.
Okay, come on back, everybody. Does anyone have a concise list of the changes we've made? Was that my job?
So I've been making the changes on the form so that I can.
Well, we have to go back and adjust the general fund yet. So.
What's that? So we're making the changes in real time on this computer. We don't have it projected, and we are, I guess we could print this out and hand it to you all, or whatever the budget committee wants to do. I think you can, I guess, take some confidence in knowing that Marcus has been updating the budget in real time as we've made these suggestions.
Okay, Bob, did you have another suggestion to make for a change before we call for a vote?
Just make a comment. Could we clarify if we have identified those funds and we're negotiating, let's try to settle where we're going to put those funds. And so we can clarify it for Marcus so that he can write it down.
I thought we did.
Yeah, I agree with that. We should.
So what I have down right now is it would put the increase the transfer to the capital improvement building replacement fund from $20,000 to $279,400. Then on the capital improvement fund line 26, project expenses would go to $259,400, so that is there for future expenses on capital improvements. 259.4.
So, okay. Okay, Marcus, could you go over those changes you were making to those funds now, so I make sure I write them down?
So on the general fund, the building replacement line 42 would increase to $279,400.
279,400.
Correct.
And so that goes to the building replacement. That's a capital improvement fund, right?
That is correct.
And is that, and that'll be a line 30 transfer? Or is that a line 4 transfer?
Yes, correct.
279,400. So you're going to leave that all in unappropriated?
No, and then line 26 would go to 259,400.
Line 26. Two what?
59,400.
259,400. And then what's the 20,000 going now?
You could put it into the contingency for that, or you could put that also into the project expenses fund, if you would like. So we could transfer 279,400 and also put the project expense line 26 at 279,400. Is that the desire of the committee?
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
So line 26 just became 279,400.
Okay. So have we made up for the that 70 and 60 or whatever that was in the general fund?
Yes, line 2 under general fund, net working capital, 834,000.
So I think that if we had to put 75,000 back in, that we had deducted, because I thought that we had that contract for every 75, that total be 909.
Yeah, that was in the beginning balance again.
So line 2 is now 909,000. That takes line,
909, you said?
correct? And that takes line 58, or I'm sorry, 60 to 575,000, unless you would like to include that in a transfer. We need 450,000 on average, and so 500 is a safe, so you could move that additional 75 if you desired.
I think that's where you need the money.
And I would agree.
That means that under SRC line 10, transfer from general fund will be 148,718. 148,718.
Oh, line 5?
10.
Oh, no, Broadway, okay. Okay, wait till I get that. Okay, here, I got it. Okay, so line 10 will be now what?
148,718.
148,
718.
718, okay.
Line 46 will go to 85,000.
$46,000, 85,000. Oh, wait, 10, 175. I don't think contingency can be greater than, can be that high. Yeah, I think there is.
We could also just put it under capital outlay if you desired,
think
if
you
that's
ought
the
to put
intent
in
to be used
capital
as
outlay.
capital. Correct.
Yeah, I think you're better doing that.
So line 46 is at 10,000, line 39 is at 75,000.
Guess that's it. Huh?
Okay, so have we finished all of the adjustments of the budget according to the committee's desires? I was asking if we have finished all of the adjustments of our budget according to the committee's desires, and if we can move on to the approval of the budget.
Not hearing any additional questions, I'd like to move that we approve the budget as extensively amended this meeting.
Second?
Okay, Tracy seconded, and I think I'd like to do a roll call vote.
You want to start with me?
Sure, you can start, Erica.
Aye.
Norm Brown, aye.
Celeste Bodnar, aye.
Oh, but I want to see the numbers. Can I see the numbers tonight?
You need to.
I can print this right now.
Okay, thank you. Can I just wait? Keep going. 5 minutes.
Catherine Parker, aye.
Amber Clyde, aye.
Mike Hinton, aye.
Gazewood, aye.
Tracy McDonald, aye.
Pat Duacek, nay. While I appreciate the moving of the numbers, I just can't support a budget that so much of the costs go to personnel expenses. But I appreciate all the work on the rest of it. Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. The budget has been approved. And then we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is for the good of the order. Does anyone have a comment for the?
We need to approve the tax rate.
I thought that was built in when we do the. Okay.
I move that the tax rate at 98.2.8 per thousand be approved.
I'll second.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote for the tax rate to be approved at 92.8%
Aye.
per thousand.
Norm Brown, aye.
Celeste Bodnar, aye.
Sue Coddington, aye.
Catherine Parker, aye.
Amber Clyde, aye.
Mike Hinton, aye.
Gazewood, aye.
Tracy McDonald, aye.
Patrick Duacek, aye.
All right, motion carries and the tax rate has been approved.
All right.
Okay, did anyone have anything for the good of the order before I?
Well, I'd
adjourn?
like to make a request.
Okay,
The chair can keep one of these and pass it down to the vice chair, and then Marcus and Skylar, that I'd like to see that particular schedule on the FTEs across departmental programs be an integral part of next year's budget.
What was the note?
In addition to that, I'd like to see the loan amortization schedule as part of the proposed budget also.
Madam Chairman, can I
Does
do
that
an, I actually did have something I wanted to say.
Okay.
So, I appreciated everybody's efforts that you guys have been here. All of us are a community. When my wife and I volunteered to do Sunday supper, lot of years ago, we sat back, and each of the congregations were supposed to take a Sunday and each be a cook. So at that time, they were having trouble funding and getting enough people to volunteer for that. And I said, well, I asked Father Lau, who didn't really understand English too well. But he told me, and he corrected me when I asked if the parish needed help. He said, it's not the parish that we're talking about here. He said, the parish is the whole town. The parish is not the people who come to church here on Sunday. The service that we provide is for the people. The other option that I noted and why I was so upset the other night, and I do again apologize, Mr. Gazewood, but one of the volunteer ladies that was the wife of the former mayor was dying the night we were talking about 9.8, and it just really frustrated me. She volunteered immensely and volunteered and donated, and as a community member, she gave it all. And I appreciated that too. So again, I apologize that I was upset.
Thank you, Tracy.
We do
there
this
anything-
because we love it. We do this for the kids.
Yeah.
These are the future people. We provide all of this, and we work through those budgets for the time period from June to July. Let's hope that we've made a good forecast. I think we have. That's all I have.
I agree. I'm excited. Anything else for the good of the order? All right, meeting adjourned.
Can I?
9:22.
Well,
It's been passed because we had a majority vote.
Okay, let's go home. There I go.
How you doing? Going to school next.